of the day to be running. Let's appreciate all of you who are here. Badudiba Sidibe. I don't want to say Sebokeng because you are coming from different parts of a Sidibe. I get it. Ona le ba tswang ko Everton, ona le ba tswang ko Mid Valley, ona le ba tswang ka Mara Sebokeng, ona le ba Sharpeville. I get it. Ona le ba tswang ko Dipaleseng. Ke ba feng ba Dipaleseng? Ha ona ba Dipaleseng. Ona le ba Sqelo. Ba Sqelo ba teng, I get it. So the whole area of Sidibe, we want to acknowledge your presence. Where is our council? Oh yes. But before we start, let me apologize to all of you. Because we had scheduled ourselves to start at 9:30. But there was just a bit of a challenge which was caused by the administration. Again, in that earlier on, there was a miscommunication on the hosting venue for this session. And the team that is responsible for the sound was a bit compromised in that they would have already set up. So we also want to apologize to them. Yeah, we also want to apologize to you for that shortcoming. But be that as it may, we don't think that will affect the program of the day. I quickly want to hand over to our ward councillor to welcome you formally. You allow for the owners to set you at ease. Again. So let's hand over to our ward councillor. Again, yeah, Kentate Dutlin, again. Yeah? Or who's also there? Okay, he will explain himself. Maybe let me not do that. He will explain himself.
Dumela, Sanbonani, good morning, Huye More, Absheni, Aikifeletu. Nakalibito, ke councillor Hatle Diutluleng from Ward 32. Kamonana ke Ward 31. Unfortunately, a ward councillor Kamonana Hayo. You are on behalf of her, Kitloetsa, welcome. But at the same time, I'm acting chairperson ya petition committee go in Fulani. Kitswana tseo tsa ka tseo. Re ke welcome community kaofela ya Sidibe region. Ke welcome all the councillors are present today. Ke welcome all officials from Enfuleni. Ke welcome all officials from legislature, petition committee. Kere, don't feel at home, but be at home. Dinja tsona re di tlamme. Ke a leboha.
For those welcoming remarks. Let's follow procedure. The way we are so Ronaro ko Gauteng provincial legislature. Ke provincial parliament. Agar le nalo wana mo TV. Banzitse parliament ya ko Cape Town. Ele li bizan le ke National Assembly. Agar Rona ka mara Gauteng ya rona. Rena le parliament ya rona re bitsa re ke Gauteng provincial legislature, or otherwise loosely referred to as a Gauteng provincial parliament. And mo parliament nye re tsentse ke lona ke re a ra itseng mo ditlhophong tse di fitileng mo malobeng. You are the ones who went out to vote, and in so voting for the different political parties, they constituted what we now have as the Gauteng provincial legislature. Again. So in the Gauteng provincial legislature, re bereka ka a set of rules. And one of those rules says that ha re tswile re tjhaketse mafelo a farologaneng, we are supposed to declare those places where we have meetings as if they are the legislature. For this meeting, the way it's organized and the deliberations that will happen as if we were in the legislature. Like you to see, you are in the building of the legislature. So there's a rule there, Rule 56, and I want to declare Sol Tsotetsi Sports Complex as the precinct of the legislature. Again, what does that mean? Again, parlamenteng. Ahona mudumo, ahona khweletsana, ahona thogakano. There's a respect. Again, ahona le motho a buang re mo fa monyetla ra bue, re mo utlwelle. Again, and then when is the time to respond? Equally, we respond to that person. Agree, ya utlwana. So all of us must carry ourselves in that decorum. Again, re tlhomphaneng gore mosebetsi wa rona o kgolwe tswela pele. Quick announcements. Agere la bona di booth tse di leng go morago mo. Ke di translators. Ka re nako e nngwe a ke re na lo farolwana ka leleme. O na le motho o mongwe a preferang gore o ka raka utlwa ka Zulu. Another one o ka raka utlwa ka Sepedi. Another one ka Setswana. Another one ka Sexhosa. Another one ka Setsonga. Another one in Venda. Again, different languages. So for those of you ba ba tlong utlwalla ka English, you are going to be on channel 1. Agere la di bona dilo tsene la di laeta fela mole, and then di na le di station. Ha o ba tlo utlwalla ka English o isa ko 1. Again, ha o ba tlo utlwalla ka Afrikaans o isa ko 4. Ha o ba tlo utlwalla ka Sesotho o isa ko 3. Ha o ba tlo utlwalla ka okay, Sesotho se tsamaisana le Sepedi le Setswana. Again, number 3. isiZulu, Xhosa ko number 2. Tshivenda, Xitsonga, number 5. Le rutlwile again. And then rena le motho wa rona wa sign language. Emisa letsoho la ba bona. Ke ba kae ba ba tlhokang sign language interpretation. A re ba tlo mmerekisa fela le hore there's no need for his services. Again, ke ba kae ba ba tlhokang service ya ntate mole? Please raise your hands. Ke ba kae ba ba tlhokang thuso ya tlhaloso ka sign language? Abayo again. So go ra re feleletse ntate o tla ikhutsa. But if it happens during our proceeding, or maybe we can somebody only meeting or ona le bofokodi bo, please give us an indication again. Or ntate mole a kgono to deactivate or ask a kry lore o tsere tšhelete a rona fela again. Because as it is re mo patetse mare lona le tlhoke service. Agere la bona. So rato leboa batho ba ko hae. Yeah, ba ba tlhokang di ntwe lona bua la go di. Ba ba tlhokang di gadgets tse for translation. Re kopa fela le mise matsone. And then ba tla ba le tlisa tsone. So those that are going to need these devices, you just raise your hand. Don't make a noise, just raise your hand, and then the team will hand them. So let me appreciate you once more. Again, as you are receiving those gadgets. And I got a little sense mo di potleng. Again, ke property ya holomente, di na le di tracker. This gadget di na le tracker, again. Ha o tsamaya ka yona o tswa mo le wa tshwarwa. Ke theft. Akere la itse theft minimum sentence ke 7 years. Minimum. Akere. So ba ba mise matso ko bokhutlong ba lenaneo la rona. You hand over these gadgets back. Akere tsa stuff for the Christmas. Tse re lefang re ke tsa mahala. Akere. Yeah, di a boa. So thank you very much. Let me appreciate all of you. I quickly want to do introductions. And I must also indicate, or we are not alone. Again, I really want. Hona le batho ba mafapha a farologaneng ba ba leng teng mo gare ga lona kasheko. Again, different departments, including the municipality. But we'll get to know them as we deal with individual petitions. I then quickly want to do introductions quickly. Why me mobile lona mo ke ntate Ezra Letswalo. Again, ke nna modulasetulo wa committee e shebaneng le di-petition. Committee e le goreng e shebane le ditletlebo tse di tswang ka mara di-communities tsa rona. Again, ke nna modulasetulo, I'm the chairperson of the committee, but I'm not alone. I'm with the other members of the committee. So we also want them to introduce themselves. I'm going to start on my right and then we'll move on to the left.
Dumelang, na ke Petros Mabunda, member ya committee.
Sanbonani, member Ledoaba, Gule Committee Petitions. Thank you.
Dumelang, Likai, Naki Greg Schneeman, member ya committee.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Wilry Peach, and I'm a member of the Petitions Committee.
Dumelang, legai, ke nna King Sol Chabalala, ke leloko la committee, ke a leboha.
Okay. And then, on a regular le no fetso tsena ke re la mmona. This handsome young man. E re le ena ikitsise.
Sanbonani, igama umember Thulani Ndlovu, member ye committee. Siyabonga.
Ikitsise.
Dumelang bagolo, le kae? Nna ka lebitso ke Seno Totiane, ke supporter committee ya petitions. Ke a leboha.
Ndimacheloni, Dumelang, Sanbonani. Ndimbula Yini Likade also provide administrative support to the Petition Standing Committee. Thank you.
Dumelang Bagolo, ke nna Mosa Shabangu. I also support the Petition Standing Committee.
Sanbonani, igama usizakele, I'm a support member of a committee.
Dumelang bagolo, lebitso la ka ke Jabu Shabalala, le nna ke support member ya committee.
Sanbonani, Nompumelelo Cele from the Gauteng Provincial Legislature.
Sanbonani Kanu Simpiwe Ngwane, researcher, support the Petitions Committee. Thank you.
And then renale petitions committee ya mo Enfuleni ba go kae? Chairperson Khatle ba kae? Chairperson Khatle, where is your committee? Yeah, maybe let's ask them to stand up so that members of the community can see you. Okay. And then, Mama, you don't have to stand up. It's okay. I think they'll see you. I get a... Okay, you can introduce.
Mr. Madoda, can you introduce yourself?
Molweni botata. Ngokwegama ndingukhansela Madoda Mkhumbeni. Ngiseva kwi-petition committee yaseMfuleni. Enkosi.
Good morning, I'm Councillor Dalian Venter. I'm the Petition Committee in Fuleni, Section 79. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Councillor Sabran Smith, also from the Infuleni Petitioning Committee, and we're here to serve you. Thank you.
Dumelang, ke Mofokeng Tlhoriso, Petitions Coordinator, Support Staff to Infuleni Petitions Committee. Thank you.
Dumelang batho ba mo hae nna ka lebitso ke Molefi Mosala ke sebetsa ka hare ho Petitions mo Speaker's Office. Thank you.
Dumelang, ke nna Councillor Nhlapo ke member ya Petition Committee. Ke a leboha.
I'm not sure whether the chairperson of the Petitions Committee from Lesedi is here. From Lesedi? Not here. Okay. I think we have taken a bit of time. So earlier on when we started, we said Ronaldo Zuarelico Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Again. I want us to be clear on something. Amazoa is in Gotlas. I read them Amazoa. Again. Honalin Tweke about Talos or Red Taluanya Boat. Bonda Delebo Memale Balamo Pelimo. I see the councillor. Again. Ba Abazo Gamara in Fuleni. Abazo Gamara Municipality was City Bang. Abazo Le Gamara, the department, the Gamara province are Gauteng. None of them. Again, they are only members of the provincial legislature. The provincial legislature, it's separate from what you loosely refer to as government. Again, through the different departments. Again, so meeting waruna ka sheko, asi imbizo, again, asi lekgotla, we're not here to address general issues. Again, however, we are aware of some of the problems which are prevalent in this area. Again, we are aware of issues related to challenges sewerage in this area, again, and across. We are aware on some of the lamentations that the state of the roads in the Val area as a whole. Again, we are aware of some of the issues related to overbilling, again, which has also resulted in some of you going to different courts, protesting at different offices. We are aware about all of that. Again, we are aware about the problems of housing. Kobi Ketlolong, Kole Tabo, we are very much aware of those problems. Again, we are aware about the clinic, go zone 17. Again, enan le matsapa ele. Re aware le ka clinic ya go ke zone 2, mo councillor. Hona le ya go zone 2 again. Ward 2, zone 2. Yeah. We are also aware ka clinic eo, gore ke di makeshift clinic, space sa teng ke se senyane, a hona privacy. We are very much aware about all of those issues. Again, Marona, we can only be activated. Halona lele badudi, you write petitions. So the basis of us being here this morning, it's on the account of petitions. Say some of the residents, Bamosi Dibeng will have written to us. Again, so Rona Ronu deal with general issues at the go. So if there's a problem, about the functionality of Soltso Sports Complex. Hore re-intervene, you must write to us first. Again, because we're not MMCs, we're not councillors, we're also not running departments. We can only call them to account to you only when you have written petitions. Again, later on, we're going to explain the petitions process. Lore le re kwalla ba mara ke re le mmone mme o mong wa bere ntwe green o mong o mo nice ba no ke ba re ke mme Jabulile Shabalala o tsuile le tla mmona ke ena mme o loreng ha le ba tlo submita di petition le submita ko ena ke o mong ba re ke mme Musa o kae emela ba bona yeah re tlo le fa di number tsa bona mara e seng gore tsa moshomo ga re lona re le file di cell number le re phone la le ka matsa petitions committee hona le mo e fella a re bo sis doli la ba itse bo sis doli Dr. Love a re tsene mo re tsena only on service delivery related issues that falls within our mandate in the province so ya ore monna o ntlhadile o nna le seipone ko kae a rona mo a re tsene mo la utlwisisa baul yeah so there are a number of petitions that were written to us by some of you. We've looked into these petitions. The committee has adopted these petitions. Riska difetsa e le rona re le ko. A re yeng ro kopanang le batho ba ka Maravale or di petition tse her di shebisisa. Re batla dikarabo tsa tsona e be le gore batho ba vale ba teng gore ba ikutlwele le bona mare mo nakong e fetileng last year when was it last year May ne re le teng gape ka mo Sedibeng re shebane le tse ding di petition in what we called declaring war on petitions go na le tse di tsereng di petition some of them I think there were over 80 petitions. Some of them have been responded to, others, their reports are still outstanding. We are following up on all of those petitions. So, halibona department e tla re tlisa ditsela. Romela masol, le itse gore petitions committee teng ona mo. Gore halibona ho tla ditshebeletso ba re clean up taxi renkel. Le itse gore petitions committee e nnile le influence in all of those interventions that come about. Mo nakong e nngwe batho ba re kwalla di petition ba batla dikarabo within a short space of time, and we do our level best or the petitions so they must be responded to. But in government everything happens within the availability of resources. Hona le motho mo o kra re batla re le rahele skolo hona bano, which may not necessarily be possible. Because it must be planned, there must be availability of budgets before that school can even be considered. So some of your petitions take longer than others. So another person may say about the street lines. Those are quick, wins, tailoring. They can be easily delivered. But of course, they also happen within the coordination of your own municipalities. So, we have identified a number of petitions from across the spread, the Val area, not only Siboke. So we are going to deal with those petitions. We are going to get reports on those petitions, and then we'll come up with a way forward. On issues tailoring Lerona as the petitions committee. So our process, and I want to explain our process, is that we've identified 10 petitions. We have identified 10 petitions. They are in our system. Hey, these 10 petitions, clear of the system. re shebisise dintlha tsa hore batho ba ba di kwetseng ba thusiwa yang. Akere? So batho ba hore tlo ba bitsa ka jeko, ba tlo dula mo tafoleng ele. And then re fetso ba bitsa re buisa di petitions tsa bona le tlo di bona on the screens. And then we're going to ask the relevant authorities. The relevant authorities could be different departments or it could be the municipality, akere? For them to give us answers. Or a petitioner le fileng yona e, lona, le lefapha, le municipality, le ditsi yang ka yona. Akere? Akere la utlwisisa? That is our process. So we're not here for general issues, but we're only here for the identified petitions. Ha re na le nako ko bofello. Akere la bona re bolaile ke nang. Ha re na le nako ko bofello. Re ka nna ra tseanyana motsotsonyana ra lefa sebaka. Ba ile hore mana le dipotso. Akere on the work of the petitions committee. Akere la utlwisisa? So yeah, ke batla re utlwane ba. So re batlo simolla with our first petition. Ntato ke tsamang le ena o ba re ke rre Senototeane. Ke ena tlo re ballang di summary of all of these petitions, which are also going to be projected on our screens. Akere ntate Teane? Yeah, over to you.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. Ke tla kopa re Simphiwe hore a re beele tsona mo TV. The projection. Who's projecting? The summary. Oh, okay. Thank you. So the first petition is titled Absorption of Safety Patrollers, CDBN Clinics, registration PP08A0517HE. Ke kope ntate Andrew Mkonto le ba tsamayang le ena ba tla ka mo tafoleng ka mo thulele. And then I get kope hape lefapha la pholo, Department of Health and Wellness, le bona ba ikatometse ka mo tafoleng. Ba teng.
Nna le ena mo kono mo thusana. Ntate Mkhondo le tsamaya le liwane?
Yebo baba ngihamba ngiwani.
Okay.
All right. Summary ya rona e ba le ha ka tsela e latelang. The petitioner is Mr. Andrew Mkonto, an adult male who resides at 1891 Sepon Proper, Phase 2, Ironside, submitting this petition on behalf of the Safety Patrollers Initiative Program. The petitioner alleges that they are a group of patrollers who were approached by nurses at Sidibeng District Clinic, Tsepong Bible School and Eatonside, to safeguard and protect patients, staff, and the buildings due to lack of security at the clinics. He also alleges that they were not paid, given uniform or safety equipment to effectively carry out their duties. He further alleges that they wrote a memorandum to the Department of Health requesting to be absorbed by the department so that they can be provided with the necessary equipment to safeguard the clinics around Sidibeng. But they did not receive a response to date. Furthermore, he alleges that crime is rife around the clinics and that it would be beneficial for the department to partner with them and employ their patrollers to safeguard the clinics. In terms of progression, what the committee did once they received the petition, it was adopted and it was then referred to the Department of Health and Wellness, as it is known now, for investigation and reporting, and also referred to the Portfolio Committee on Health for oversight, and that was done on the 21st of May 2015. To date, Chair, we have never received a report. Suffice to say that a report has since been submitted prior to the hearing today. Thank you.
Okay. Ntate Mkhondo ke yona petition ene le re kwalletse yona ke.
Yes, sir.
La confirm ha hona ntho e change-tsweng ka mo ha wa change-wa selo. Can you confirm?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Agar la utlwa Ntate Mkhondo a re ke yona petition ya hae. Agar la utlwa. E simolotse pele in the municipality, then it landed with us. And it's only now that we're getting to deal with it. On our right hand side, these are officials of the Department of Health. Agar la ba bona. So on the left, ke Ntate Mkhondo, who's the petitioner. And then on the right, our officials from the Department of Health. I get. So re tlo kopa ba ikitsisi, and then they are going to give us a report on this issue.
Dumelang, honorable committee members, Sechaba, Nakili Siva Malotana. I'm the Chief Operations Officer from Gauteng Department of Health.
Okay, ba kopa o ka ro ka buella to the mic. Or maybe una le problem with this mic, re ba check.
Dumelang, Chairperson and committee members, Nakili Siva Malotana. I'm the Chief Operations Officer of Gauteng Department of Health and Wellness.
Dumelang Bahulu. My name is Magoro, Terence Magoro. I would like to start by thanking the chair of the Petitions Committee for the opportunity that he has given me and his entire committee. Lina Lakaki Terence Magoro, and I am the Acting District Chief Director, Ko-Sidibeng, Department of Health. Thank you.
Okay. Agar lo utlwile hore ke bo mang akere. So re tlo ba kopa hore ba re presentele and report e re batla re le ntsheng mo di-screening. Who's responsible? Yeah, if you can project the report on the screens so that as we so Agitsi Ntate Malotana, between yourself and Ntate Malboro, who will be presenting the report? Okay. So Ntate Malboro will be presenting the report.
Thank you, Chair Kialeboa. If we can go to slide number 3. Ntate Ngwane, if you can go to slide number 3. 3.
Slide number 3.
Ke a leboha. Ke kopa ho thoma ka ho bolela hore the Department of Health and Wellness in Gauteng province ke lefapha la maphelo le leng le na le tshebelisano le di Sorry, if you can go to slide number 3, Ntate Ngwana, number 3. Ke kopa ho thoma ka ho bolela hore Department of Health and Wellness ke department e na le the securities throughout all our facilities. Ora hore di facilities tsa rona ka hore a se batho fela re na le di resources tse tshwanang le meriana, the computer, the dingwe, the medical equipment, tse tshwanetse di tlhokomeliwe. So it's very, very important to re be le batho ba re shumisanang le bona ore dilo tseo di be safe. So re na le a service level agreement or a contract le batho ba re fang di services tseo. And ntho ena e rala ko Gauteng province e rala hape le hona mo Sidibeng district. So ona jwale re utlwile hore some of our officials, the nurse tsa rona, ba bile le di negotiations le members of the community, ba ba hira hore ba guard or they look after, you know, a facility. So that is something which our nurses are not allowed to do. Our contract management, the service providers center, it's centralized area in the province. So, how re a tseba hore mo setjhabeng sa rena re na le batho ba re shumisanang le bona jaaka di councillors, re na le di clinic committees, and hape within the clinic committees or within structures of ward councillor, re na le di ward committees as well. So batho bao o ya ka di negotiations tse re na le tsona within the clinic and them, re ba fa le maikarabelo a hore di clinic tsena, they don't only belong to the Department of Health only, they also belong to members of the community. So mona Sidibeng, ho bile le nako e ma security a rona ne ba strikeile, and the security service providers were not only on strike here in Sidibeng but in the entire province. But mona Sidibeng, I think we were affected haholo ka those services when those services were removed. So, but what I would want to say, Kewari, we know, or one of our local councillors in MP Luseni, uberekisane le the three groups that I've spoken about, the ward committee members, the clinic committee members, then they agreed, Babileli agreement, kabuona ya hore they don't want anything to happen in this facility. Therefore, what they would do, Kewari, batla nea tshireletso or clinicing eo. So that is the report that has been given to us, healing an arrangement which was done by the nurse. But that does not mean, Uri, these people were now working in our facilities. In fact, the type of work that they were doing, neuba fela ubona Uri, as part of the patrols dirang within the community, clinic ibe safe in a way Uri. It's a facility that provides health services to them as umpakat. So, district health services more Sidibeng, aina any arrangement which was done or obligation yawi rawari, the community safety patrollers ba recognize we in a form yawi, they can be regarded to as either contractors in the department or employees of the Department of Health. Fela, what they did, it's work that they offered to protect the health facility, you know, out of their own free will. And it is an offer that was facilitated as a form of good gesture, which was coming from members of the community who had said, this is our facility, we will look after it, we will ensure that it is protected. So, as a result, Chair and the committee, I would want to submit that the community safety patrollers do not have an arrangement or agreement with us as a department. Many thanks.
No, thanks, Chair. Because the law is blunt, we don't want to create an impression ya hore ha re tlhoke ditshebeletso hore ha re appreciate mosebetsi o rile. It's just that there is no legislative prescripts that will allow us as a department to enter into such an arrangement, because the Public Finance Management Act, it clearly prescribes to enter into the contract and relationship. So I want, Chair, so that more eventually when we leave, to create an impression here or no, we do not appreciate when the community rallies behind and protect an asset to ensure that it's protected. However, it's just that to automatically translate that into a contract and employment in law, it might leave us wanting. That's the point I just wanted to add. Thanks so much, Chair.
Yeah,
ntate Mkhondo ke re le utlwile report e tswang ka mora lefapha la tsa maphelo le utlwile
Yebo sizwile baba.
okay lona response lona ke
Baba into besicela kubo khona manje ubaba ngiyamuza ukukhuluma kwakhe kodwa ugovernment uinstall generator eThephong clinic and that generator ayigadwa akunama security lapho so ama sister in charge basicela ukuthi ama patrollers assist even no MEC MEC Nkomo uko wayikhuluma nge10 zika November ngamtshela futhi ukuthi MEC we go a long time ne Department of Education Department of Health ukuthi se assist so ama patrollers njenge Department of Education I Department of Education nayo yabona ukuthi na izikole zikade ya try ukuthi babe ne agreement of understanding ukuthi na ama patrollers now is a party of safety and security ukuthi angasiza kade isikolo manje icrime yayehla eklinika yaseThephong still namanje ngikhuluma nawe baba igenerator kutshontshwe ibhedi kutshontshwe diesel so lo medical okhuluma ngazo uthi manje zona zizo ngoba ielectric mayingekho idiesel itshontshiwe namabhedi ingasasebenzi generator uthi sigadwa ngubani baba ngiyabuza
so maybe re khona o kra tlhaloso e sentle ke ko facility e feng e le buang ka yona
baba enye ise 18 site enye ise Thephong enye futhi ise Lakeside and lawo ma health clinic lawo anama generator and bahlala begcekeza njalo every day so thi ama patrollers ngisiyawa deploya lapho ezathi ubaba so into besicela thina ku government ukuthi njengoba nabo ngabantu phela ngeke basebenze kumele babeke something etafuleni at least lokho kwenziwe iDepartment of Education nabo babanika isicaphazelo at least uyona u2400 at least kube ne something kwenzela ukuthi bakhona ukugada i-premises zika government ngoba khona manje ngikhuluma nawe
ya araska phapata matso ake
njengoba ngikhuluma nawe nje baba kubuhlungu ukuthi liuna lingugovernment neparliament li provide something ezosiza community iqedwe ingagadwa igqekezwe mayiqekeziwe baya repair mayebeqeda urepair kusasa iyatshontshwa futhi ukusho ukuthi ugovernment usebenzele emuva njengenkukhu ephandele emuva siyabonga
okay akizi if maluka committee bana le ntlhaelo re mabatlo e bontshana mare re batlo e tlhalosa ke re bagolo a ke re ke batla re nne le understanding e tshwanang ntate a re go na le mo nakong e le reng bona e le di-patrollers ntse ba thusana le di-facility tsa rona tsa maphelo akere ene ba nagana gore ka thuso e ba e fileng these facilities ba nagana gore tshwanetse ba patelwe akere mare ka tlhaloso e faneng ke lefapha ko gore ka mara golomente a rona go na le mananeo go na le di-process and ba bontshitse ntlha ya gore bona mo nakong e fetileng ne ba appointile di-company tsa di-security in following a formal process akere and the formal process I'm sure ba bang ba lona la itse kore golomente nako nngwe e advertiser tender akere for ditshebeletso it can be cleaning it can be for security it can be for catering And ha o na le o le reng o na le kgatlhego in that tender, wa ikopantsha le company ya hao akere. So ha le na le company ya security la boloketsa le lokisa dipampiri tsa lona le di submita ko lefapheng. Lefapha la shebisisa ha le ntshitse tendera eo ore ka nnete motho o re file tokomane ya bona, are they qualify? Ha o qualifya ba o fa mosebetsi akere. The challenge ya bontate Mkhondo is that at no stage did they interact with any of the tendering processes tsa department akere. Mara ba re ba batla gore department e ba patele e ba fe mosebetsi. Now the problem is that if department e kare ntate Mkhondo re le fa mosebetsi o, another set of patrollers tomorrow are also going to emerge. Ba right le rona ntse re tlhokomela dikolo tse leng re feng mosebetsi akere la utlwisisa. Ro kra ile re na le dintwa dikgotlano because of this misunderstanding. So rona re le committee, we want to advise ntate Mkhondo. For ntate Mkhondo, there are two things. Number one is that community safety ena le lenaneo la yona la di community policing forums akere, where patrollers are also located within. And if you are duly recognized or registered, there is a stipend. Hona le stipend gore ke chelete ba intshang for thuso fanang ka yona akere. Only when you are recognized. It's not for everybody. Only when you are recognized by the relevant structure and you are organized as such. Akere la utlwisisa ba holo. But secondly, ntate Mkhondo re batlo re mo wena, if le na le tshiseho le na le kgatlhego ya gore rona o ka re ka tsena in this thing ya security services, bontate Mkhondo tshwantse ba lokise dipampiri tsa bona akere re kgone le bontsha gore le go ka ntate Mkhondo akere. A wa mo disturb ke ma mo disturba skwa mo disturba ke bua le yena akere ara ka seng gutlo o tlo tla o le bua le yena afterwards. Ntate Mkhondo tshwantse re mo fe kaelo ya gore a ka ya go dikantorong tse feng. Go na le ntse re bitsang re ke SIRA, Private Security Industry Regulatory of South Africa akere, ke ko ba registerang di security companies. A leng ko te ma mo thusa ra register security company gore lena di menyetla e leng teng ka mora lefapha or e leng teng ka mara golomente as a whole, not only ko health, o kgone gore o ka e fitlhelela le wena by properly submitting your bids. Because I nna gore fela bontate Mkhondo ne ba patrolla and then ba re tshwantse ba pateliwa. Problem e tlo nnang teng gore ke bo mang ba bang, you see, ne ba le ikae ba patrollile from neng up until neng, which facilities, who can attest, ke mang a ka reng ke kwala report gore ka nnete ntate Mkhondo na fana ka ditshebeletso tse, you see. So mathata a re itemoelang ona ke ona ao. So ko bokhutlong ntate Mkhondo re nana gore rona re le this committee re le thuse re le bontshe dikantoro tse le ka yang ko tsona to be formally registered gore le kgone go fitlhelela di opportunities tse di leng teng mo mafapheng a golomente. A ke itse gore ya utlwalana ne le batlo ntsha something ntate Chabalala.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe before you wrap it and ufana ka way forward, just need to check something, maybe from the department, based on what Ntate Mkhondo has said. I think that the department is saying at the clinics, they have security guards across all clinics because there are medicines, health things there. But Ndadem Kondo is saying currently, there are no, I think it's Sepong and Eaton site, there are no security guards. And then he's saying recently a generator was stolen, I think diesel and also a battery, if good Ndadem Kondo right. Now, I don't think, I think what the petitioner is seeking, I think is simple. He's saying to the Department of Education, after realizing that schools were backlog, they had to go to the route of getting community patrollers to protect the schools and gave them a stipend. So I think what Mtadem Kondo is saying, can the department take a similar approach with regards to our case to say, can't you review, seeing that we are protecting this facility, give us a stipend? And I just need to check from the department, is that possible? Can they be absorbed through your EPWP program? And maybe not go the route that the chair is proposing to say, we need to formalize the relationship and all those things. In the interim, or maybe something that can be done in the meantime, can't you absorb them through your EPWP program? And that whilst they are protecting the facilities, they also get a stipend. I hear what the chair is saying to say, this might set a precedent, but let's deal with case by case on its merit. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Arekre ke mana khona le letsoho le feleletse. Okay. So there's another member Ndlovu. Okay, member Ndlovu.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mine is more of a clarity from the department. From the response that we got, the department was saying when the community took an initiative to protect the facilities, which we appreciate the initiative by the community. There was a strike by the security companies, I would guess. So my question is that what was the temporary measure when there is a strike? Because if indeed these community members might have protected these facilities for 20 days or whatsoever days without the security guards, what happened to the company that was given that project? Because the company might have not been giving the service that they had signed for. Secondly, when Ntatem Kondo responds, he says there is a battery and diesel that is being stolen in one of these facilities. I just want to get from the department whether they are aware about this and what measures have been taken in addressing this situation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Maybe let's quickly take the department to respond to those inputs.
Thank you, Chair, and your committee once again. I think let me start by mentioning that here in Sidibeng District Health Services, over and above the Petlele, the clinic, the community health centers, renally a layer of health facilities which we refer to as health posts. So health posts are a lot more similar to what we can regard to as mobile facilities. They are a lot more smaller in size, and Leona, they provide services that are a lot more limited, but in particular, primary healthcare services. So it is indeed correct that in Sidibeng in particular, because I also do work in Ekurhuleni, so I am able to compare, the two districts handle. And I can confirm that we, from time to time, get our facilities attacked. And I can give you an example, Yako Empilisweni, in the beginning of the year, earlier this year, the facility was attacked where a white quantum bus, it's a Nikamuari, but Tunya, and they held up our security. And we are very lucky that no one was harmed, no one has lost their lives. But in the process, they stole up to 20 computers in one facility in a single day at night. And these types of incidents, do not happen anywhere else. Actually, anywhere else, except what is happening in places such as Sidibeng. So I'm trying to lift out to say we require, people who have got specialized knowledge around issues of security, to look after our facilities. As a department, even when we appreciate the good work that is being done by patrollers, it will be irresponsible for us, to put people in harm's way by, formalizing people who are not appropriately resourced, to be in the firing line. So indeed, I'm confirming that there has been theft, not theft of a generator, but theft of a battery. And in certain instances, they steal our diesel as well. But what the department does as a result of that, in facilities that are looked after by our formal security officers, we do hold them accountable, which means that we ask them to replace what has been stolen. And in facilities where there are no guards, like a health post, the work that we do is to ensure that we register a police case and we allow the investigations, to take its course. And I must say that here in Sidibeng as well, we have identified and picked up that there is a syndicate that is involved in stealing diesel with a view of getting it to be resold, perhaps elsewhere, in public service, we are not aware. But the police have been able to make inroads. They've arrested quite a few people, in the process. So those are, the measures that are in place, and we really are at this stage cannot, as a department, get people who are not appropriately resourced, to look after, the facilities. What we are also doing is to extend the existing service-related mandates, security services provision, even to facilities that the health posts, so that our resources in those areas can be better, protected. So those are the issues that we have in place. And in relation to the strike action, perhaps I need to emphasize, strike sena, it was not strike action Sidibeng fela, it was the entire province. And at the time in which the security service providers were not available to provide us with services, we therefore did not pay them for the time in which they were not providing services through to us. So those are the things that we have done. But we would want to have a relationship with our patrollers, because these facilities where our staff members and our equipment are in are not only facilities that belong to us as the Department of Health. The facilities Mpakati, and it's good that Mpakati looks into this facility with a view of ensuring that they are protected, but within the means in which they can. But I think if we have to move on to ensure that we formalize this relationship, we need to be looking at contracting them formally, which would be them participating in the correct process wherein their security companies can therefore be appointed centrally for them to provide services in our facilities. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. Maybe just to add, and I think Chair was taking us there, that there are two proposals on the table. There's a formal offer, to participate in the tender and the security. However, only an offer, an option, which is housed and managed to community safety, and I think that the member is raising your community patrollers, because that work is managed and coordinated by Department of Community Safety. I think a homework maybe that we should have as a department, how do we participate with community safety for the work at the patroller for the department to benefit? And I think that point remains valid. It's something with Renal Mr. Mukondo we could still explore, but it's not something that sits within our competence and mandate. But with linking them with community safety for the work and stipend that is here community patrollers, it's something that I think we should go take forward and explore. But I think the issues that talks to the incidents around that, it was not not something that was confined to CDB. It was a provincial-wide security. So the issues of business continuity needed to kick in. I think the member, to some extent, Mr. Magoro responded to that issue. Chair, maybe let me pause there. Thanks.
I think we dealt with it a bit at length because we had to consider a number of options in that Demakon, but also looking at where you are and the role that as patrollers you will have played, you know. And that is why these two options that we can look into. But of course, Member Chabala then raises the issue around the EPWPs, which recruits at different intervals, you know. And as it stands, already they've got a running program. The reason why I may not necessarily have raised that one, it's because I got really excited. We don't want to excite you into things that may not necessarily be carried. Promises or feel a hope. Because as it stands, there's an issue around unemployment in the Val area. And if you look at this program, EPWP, it largely focuses on recruiting young people. And so, in us applying our minds, we thought, well, Ndate Mukondo might not necessarily be a young person. You know? So how do we locate Ndate Mukondo appropriately? And one of those ways would be engaging the Department of Community Safety. Here we've got a number of patrollers who are essentially, you know, combating the scourge of crime in the different areas that they will have mentioned. Is it not possible that you can incorporate them within your own programs so that they are formally recognized, you know, and then they would also be entitled to receive a stipend? Whilst they were investigating whether if they are, you know, younger patrollers, they can be considered for the EPWP program, you know. So we are not discarding any suggestion, but we just need to look into the actualities around how that can be carried through, so that ultimately Ndate Mukondo can be assisted relevantly. But displace you know, he will receive a payment from the Department of Health, whereas the Department of Health might not necessarily be running any of those programs, you know, but it could actually be located as someone. So I give in that Mukondo or someone a last point before we close on this one.
Mhlonishwa njengoba bengishilo yona leyo ikhulumayo nayo iDepartment of Education yenze the same ya consult EPWP. So those young people patrollers baya benefita lapho. So ingakho ke ama patrollers, those young people ama patrollers aya patrolla and ngabantwana bafuna ukuzama ukuthi at least babe ne something, bangacabanga ukutshontsha babacabanga kodwa beyazi ukuthi ba protector estate properties. Yingakho nje ngayibhala clear nje ukuthi iDepartment of Health if ingayenza lokho kwenziwa iDepartment of Education, it seems that izabe reduce unemployment ku youth yethu la eSouth Africa. Ngiyabonga.
Okay, so what we are going to do in that Mukondo, as you know, promised. Okay, Member Mabunda, you want to say something before then? Okay.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm looking at an advert of community safety. They have got 6,000 vacancies for community patrollers. I'm not sure whether can't the department probably consult with the Department of Community Safety and see, because it's categorized into corridors. Maybe within that space of a corridor that the Mkondo is falling with, they can then find ways of integrating those ones into the corridor of community safety. I'm saying it can be a discussion because health and community safety are two different things, but it opens an opportunity for easy consumption or taking of those patrollers into the community safety program. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, I agree with you, the only challenge, and what I don't want us to do, I give out more Department of Health, go and do what the Department of Education has done. Because different departments have got different programs. I get it. So we don't want to impose ourselves on any of the departments. But the new premier Gauteng Tate Panyaza Lesuf, Momalobe Mo indicated, or one of the things that we want to focus on is around crime. I get it. So, Kadi, when was this? Okay. There was an advertisement that was publicly issued out. It closed on the 16th. So this advert closed on the 16th. Lebon. Alaibon. Lebon. La play. Yeah. So there are those who will have applied. So now what we will do as the committee, we will write formally to the Department of Community Safety and let them on these issues that you have raised, without necessarily saying, here are the names. I get it. Because once we don't know who applied. Accused of nepotism. Or legislature. Bafile le fapha mabitso a batho. Ne bana le batho ba bona. Bana le di boyfriend, le di girlfriend. We don't want to do that. So those who are going to make it are going to make it on the account of their own applications. Somebody submit. Again, Rona, what we are going to explore is to advise in that Mukondo on how best to be assisted by the Department of Community Safety to possibly be incorporated within the Community Policing Forum. Again, it was extended. So it was extended. Equal like the 5. I go to the Mukon. Equal like the 5 is at December. Yeah. So Rona, what we'll do? All in our play. I'm happy that you have done that. It resolve la matata. So Rona, we're just going to alert the department, or we dealt with this case of these patrollers, but we are not going to give them names. Because the moment they come from a video, Eva point to Lona Lobo Hapelere, Chairperson wa committee petitions, Ozenzi about Wamarata. So we are going to allow the department to run its own processes. So that is how we are going to deal with it in that con. But we will still advise you, because in case you don't make it here, Programmele Community Policing Forum, it's still there to assist some of the initiatives. Again, or transferly recognize as such, or honalebato in our communities, by Lord and Sambanale, the kind of understanding you protect our own public institutions. Get alone, I get these institutions. How are Hiwa Sports Complex out Swanale? Kello, Nager. It's on the Trogomeleke woman. Kello, Nager. How on a little clinic is on the Trogomeleke woman? Kello. How on a school is on the Trogomeleke woman? Kello. Again. Appointment of security people go compliment the fella. Mar interest. These facilities on the Trogomeleke. I'm sure le nalo bona ile go Riverside. A ke re le nalo ya bo Riverside. Elila go Riverside, go bo 3 Rivers, Ali le go bo mo Vanderbijl. How can level those facilities? Community members look after their own facilities. Lao ganna le strike byan le byan. They don't ban their own facilities. Again. So Rato le want that Mukondo will still be able to finalize that one. So we're going to close this one, but we will still advise you on the process to follow up. Again, that Mukondo. Okay, so thank you very much. Ndate Mukondo can step off. Let's we're going to take our second petition. But maybe so long, let me also welcome the Speaker of Midval, Ndate Allen McLallen. Who can Ndate Allen? Ndate Allen, where are you? If you can stand up so that they see you. The Speaker of Midval. Again. As well as Councillor Marianne, who is the chairperson of the Petitions Committee. Thank you very much, Councillor. I know I've worked very closely with you, so I truly appreciate. So, but whole petitions, so submit a petition. Ronari Romela go le fapelle relevant. Rebakopa di karabo. Again. And mo di karabong tseo re na lo ra botsisa mo re sa tlhalwanye a ke re la utlwisisa and then re tla ka a way forward again ra avoid gore ka o sane o kry le protesta o tšhisiwa mataere a ke ra create di-pothole la itse ne a le tšhisa mataere mo strateng a create di-pothole and then we've got many unending problems again. I'm also told that the ward councillor is here. Can I councillor Manzwungi? Yeah, the councillor of Ward 31. Okay. Irregular do medicine. Yeah. So, ke councillor Swongile na po agere la meet. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Let's take the second petition.
Thank you, Chair. The next petition is titled Request for Permanent Employment by Millicent Marupeng, representing a number of HIV/AIDS coordinators in Sidibeng. May I request her to go to the table to the left?
Millicent.
Ke kope hape Sidibeng municipality, the officials from Sidibeng to also join the health department in responding. So the summary reads as follows. The petitioner is Ms. Millicent Marupeng, another female who resides at 3991 in Mubu Street in Zone 12, Sebokeng, submitting the petition on behalf of the HIV/AIDS coordinators. She alleges that they are a cohort of employees employed by the HIV/AIDS coordinators as HIV/AIDS coordinators by the Department of Health on a contract basis since 2008. The petitioner alleges that during the community engagement meeting convened on the 19th November 2019 at this very sports complex, the then MEC committed that the Gauteng Department of Health will absorb the HIV/AIDS coordinators on a permanent basis by July 2020, as most of the councillors had more than 10 years working at the department. She further alleges that they are still employed on a contract basis, and ever since the former MEC made a commitment of pronouncement, the municipality has not honored the commitment of the former MEC. She also states that a budget was allocated to Sidibeng District Municipality for the program. However, the municipality is unable to give an account of the funds allocated. The petition was received by the committee and subsequently referred to Sidibeng District Municipality and the Gauteng Department of Health and Wellness on the 2nd of September 2021, and to date we had not received a report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Me Millicent Ogai. Ke summary ya petition alone. Can you confirm the contents or they are accurate and a true reflection of what you will have written? Agar batlo ro ka re distotile re change it. Are I change again? So you are confirming?
Yes.
Okay. So let's immediately get the department to give us a report on this one. So it's about the absorption of HIV, stroke AIDS counselors. So who is presenting the report? If you can just introduce yourself so that everybody can hear.
Good day, Chair, members of the committee, members of the public, councillors who are here. My name is Mutsumi Mate. I'm the municipal manager at the Sidibeng District Municipality. I was requested to come, Chair, to respond on a specific item as raised. The petition, as it is read out, it indicates that the Department of Health at one stage alluded to an intention to employ permanently the HIV/AIDS coordinators, which we refer as educators in the contract. That process, as it is shared, it has been raised at that time, and as the petition says to date, it has not as yet been implemented. The reason why I am here, Chair, is to clearly outline the relationship between Sidibeng District Municipality and the Department of Health on this matter. The budget of the program lies with the Department of Health. Sidibeng District Municipality comes into the picture because we are requested to coordinate the project. By that I mean, Chair, we receive a certain grant, HIV/AIDS grant, on annual basis, that we then sign a service level agreement with the department on how we are going to roll out the project. We then employ their coordinators, which we refer as the educators, to implement the project within the community of Sidibeng. So we have educators in the Lesedi area, Midval area, as well as the Mfuleni area. These educators are contracted on an annual basis, depending on the grant that we have received. Now, as per the petition, it was highlighted, which I want to also have to respond to, Chair, that the 11 million that we received last year, as a district, we did not account properly to the money as received. With engagement with the Department of Health and the Treasury, I can indicate that the engagement were put out very clearly on what happened to the money that we have received, and to date we have accounted to the last cent that we have received and we have implemented. The amount that we did not spend, which is the 1.3 million of what we have received, we applied for a rollover from Treasury. And Treasury declined the rollover, Chair, which they have then deducted the 1.3 million that was unspent to the current allocation of 2022-2023. So we are going to receive 12 million minus the 1.3 million that we did not spend. And there are reasons that maybe I will respond when questions are asked, how come we did not spend the 1.3 million that of the whole amount that we have received. Chair, one other element that is being raised formally as well is that we spent money, which is around 1.6 million. We spent money on the items that were not necessarily in the service level agreement. And that's when, Chair, we decided to buy the tablets. It was during the COVID timelines, and we as a district took a decision to move from the paper as it was recommended by Health Department at national level, as well as COCTA and all other departments, that we need to shift from paper to software in order to avoid transmission of the COVID. So we did buy the tablets that we were buying for all the educators that they were to use. The concern, Chair, is that buying of the tablets was not stipulated in the service level agreement, and that is classified as misuse of funds. I think I have to outline that. We spent money on something that was not on the service level agreement, which was saying we need to buy paper. We need to buy paper, we need to buy pens, and so on and so on. District took a decision to buy tablets instead of as stationary as it was stipulated. And that, Chair, it is classified as irregular, and it is classified as misuse of funds. But I'm saying that in order to clarify to the committee and to the House and to the petitioners that the money was spent, and we have proof of exactly where that money went to. And we do have those tablets as assets of the municipality at this point in time. Now, coming to the last item, Chair, I think this was to clarify how do I feature as a district municipality in the whole picture. On the issue of the absorption or the permanent employment of the HIV/AIDS educators into the Department of Health, I suppose, I will actually leave that part to the department to respond to, because I have never been part of the discussions around the absorption of the educators. As I'm saying, they are seconded to me as a municipality to implement the HIV/AIDS door-to-door program, because I am receiving the grant to do that. So I don't have control of how much I will receive actually. So I will only implement this program depending on the amount that is allocated. And as soon as the health department decides otherwise or to take the program back, it means as a district municipality, I will have no say or any input in that regard. So I will leave it to the department chair to respond on the matter of any possibility of permanent employment of the door-to-door AIDS educators. On that note, Chair, I will come back if there are any other further questions to respond to. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ndate Mate. I'm not sure whether the department may want to come in. I also want you to assist the petitioners, because we often use terminology interchangeably. Others call them coordinators, lonalere educators, and whether that is differentiated from community health workers, because previously we dealt with CHWs, you know, so that petitioners, as they are listening here, they understand exactly what is being spoken to. Thank you very much.
No, thanks, Chair. And I'll be brief because the MM went into details as far as the payment-related issues. Maybe to confirm two things: that money gets transferred into the municipality on the basis of the signed MOA or SLA. As things stand, there is no such. And therefore, and the context becomes important when you deal with these things, Chair, and if you allow me the latitude of explaining, is that not the Department of Health, but Provincial Treasury raised concerns about how the municipality handled the grant. And I think there's a concession there. And that's where the grant that needed to be transferred has not been transferred as things stands. That's the first part of the impasse. And that is why there are these challenges, and the municipality with provincial treasury and the coordinators at the provincial government are trying to work out. So there is no SLA, and thus there is no transfer, because treasury has stopped the transfer on the basis of the concern of accounting for the grant that was previously transferred. That's the first part. The second part that deals with employment, I think it's being an elephant in the room. We've been dilly-dallying around it. And maybe today, for the record, I should just place it on record. Maybe Chair asked us to deal with the nomenclature. Chair, there are community health workers, and these are community-based services. And there are a whole lot of nomenclatures that get used there, whether it's peer educators, lay counselors. In other departments, you even have community development. So all those categories, including the colleagues that are sitting with us, falls within that category, so that there is no ambiguity there. There's a differentiation, a difference minor, but for the purpose of this discussion, all of them fall under the category. Chair, history around why there is a talk of absorption and why it has not happened. The talk of absorption was pronounced by MEC Masuku at the time. And this went against the grain because there was no framework or agreement that allowed for that. National Department of Health took us to task because we also put other provinces that are poorer than Gauteng at the grain. This is a matter that's sitting at the bargaining council, by national bargaining chambers, because Gauteng doing the absorption has gone against the grain and has set a precedent that the rest of the country must follow. Whether that was right or not, it's not subject for today, but that's the fact. That's the first part. The second issue, Chair, is in that pronouncement, because it was made mid-year, absorption has only happened to community health workers that at the time were within the province. In this province, if you combine community health workers, and I'm going to use that term because we agreed on it, community health workers in this province are 11,500. Those 8,500 of them are in the province, and those were absorbed, and that process went through a verification. There's a court order that actually confirmed the list of these community health workers that need to be observed. Those that are in the municipality, including the ones in Sidibe. So there is no community health worker that's absorbed from the municipality across the province. It's not limited to here. So there's no one in Joburg, there's no one in Sidibe, there's no one in Western, there's no one in Tshwane, there's no one in Kuruleng. Those that were at the municipality are not absorbed. They remain with the municipality. The arrangement of the grant remains in place. So that's the second part. Chair, why has that not happened? Is that the decision was not funded. Even those that are in the province are 400 million shortfall as things stand. So we cannot afford those that are in the province with a 400 million shortfall that we sit with, and that is why the next phase of those that sit in the municipality has not happened, Chair. I just thought for the record, I just need to lay these facts bare so that we engage with them on that factual basis. Thanks so much, Chair. I'll pause there.
Okay. Thank you very much for the response. Ma'am Millicent, that's the response of the department, including that of the municipality, health, from a health perspective. I can see if you have got any views on the response.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson, and all protocol observed. My name is Mponkiti. I want to respond. I don't know, I didn't capture the name of the gentleman in the... Can you hear me now? Yeah. Yeah, man, my name is Mponkiti. In 2019, we are sitting here with the collective of the Department of Health under the leadership of Bandile Masuku as an MEC by then, and also under the leadership of Professor Lukele, who was the director of Department of Health. In 2019, we went to province to raise our issues and our dissatisfaction in terms of exploitation in CDB. And then the Department of Health under Dr. Mewul. That lady, she was a portfolio chairperson. She then took our grievances.
Dr. Dikhamela.
Dikhamelo, thank you. Dr. Dikhamelo, thank you. She then took our grievances to Professor Lukele, who seated together with his department, including Dr. Bandile Masuku. They then said, guys, you've got serious challenges. And we were supposed to go to Attersville, but they decided to come here at Solzotate to hear our grievances on the 28th of November 2019. And that the commitment which they did to us, it was after financial year, they are going to absorb us. And then they also give us the correspondence that says, guys, department heard your challenges, and then we are going to take you. And while we were excited, we also received the messages from a coordinator of Mfuleni to say, guys, I'm happy for you. You are now going to be under the province working for Department of Health, as we have received correspondence that says you are going to be taken. And then as time goes by, when we were expecting to be taken around April, they then said, guys, due to you are still contracted under your CDB or Mfuleni, your contract is going to expire in June. Therefore, after June, we'll come back to you. And then while we were pushing, then it was national COVID started in March to say there was a restriction in terms of the inside the country, whereby we are not going to move and do anything. So we were then receiving some correspondence also to say by then the Premier David Makura then requested our names to say, provide me with the names of all ward-based educators in CDB, so that we are going to put them inside the database that we are going to take them. And as time goes by, things started to change, because one of the challenges that we faced, it was we were fighting to remove service providers because of nerifila hore dintwa di tsamaile hantle. And then service provider was removed. And then I also a service provider. We were then working strictly under the coordination of CDB. And then under the coordination of CDB, we used to receive the training, interdepartmental trainings, within the municipalities. But after the removal of the service provider, there was no trainings that were happening. And also, one of the challenges that we have faced, because of we are dealing with the health programs, programs were cut because of necessary wela katlasa office ya majoro, By then it was Mebusi Disakeng, Hamoyai, Ovaleka Hot. And then Hana Kwetseya, we then said, man, guys, Reakai, because of Batuba Risa Udimuletas. And in Twilight Hala, Ebeba Yonayan, Yaore, how to sign the contract. Kimaketi Habuaka Ore. Tšhelete e loreng ba ifuwe ba kgone ho e accounted o quotile gore ba thotse 11 point something, and then ka ga 11 point something eo ho na le di-coordinator tse 94 tse loreng le today ha ba so thole tšhelete ya bona 6 months, and then it was counted within 11.5 million e loreng living today. Chelete yo ha ba so e thole ba tsa ha sa le ba tsa ba iswa godimo le tlase, but today re thola hore the budget ya 2020 it's fine. And as we sitting here, while other colleagues ba robetse maobane re tswa go re ne re robetse ko Sidibeng offices, because also hape ha re so thole chelete ya 2 months ya contract re signile hona tjena ka 2022 to 2023. Terena that outstanding amount. As gentleman quoted that hore treasury ha so release chelete. We then received chelete ya September up to November. And this one also to chelete ya lona le tlo e thola after the treasury e release chelete. So re thola re le ka ga di challenges ha re tsebe ke incompetence ya province kapa ke incompetence ya Sidibeng in terms of the challenges that we are facing. And then also they are not communicating with us to say, hey guys, let us come and sit down, and these are challenges because if nelele mo le maobane le tlo bona the way we were pushed out of the premises municipality, and we had to sleep outside the offices of municipality. And remember, Vredendal is one of the high-risk area, and most of the people that we are working with, ke batho ba bomme. So, ne re kopa the intervention, because one of our challenges is issue ya hore petition committee nka nako e kae, because I sa le ngola petition since from 2019. And then eba yona ntho tsane tsa hore ha re so thole that tangible respond, even though tse re na le correspondence tse le hore guys, you are going to be absorbed. And then enngwe ne tswa ko Sis Jabu a sebetsang ko petition committee ya province. She was also communicating with you to say, guys, your issue is very simple. These guys, why balietsa so? And Leona Chena Lintate Terence, last time abana ba re bitsitse, including executive mayor Lerato Maloka, they said, guys, Ntoya Lona, it's a little pipeline, and then everything is going to be settled, but we are still busy. So we are surprised to say, guys, what hold these guys for a bank decisive decision? Because in Twitter, lang iba yona di deng eo ya hore re na le batho be loreng ba tshwere ba ka di office tsa power, but ba good in lip service. They can talk, but they hloleha execute and tse ba buang ka tsona. So ne re kopa hore the commitment e entsweng ke department under the leadership ya Professor Lukele, under the leadership ya Bandile Masuku, ho etsahale the way bana ba bua ka tsona, because things are in black and white. Ke a leboha. Up to so far.
Chairperson. Yeah, I think that Aguleng spoke at length. My only anxiety is that, remember, we still have got a number of other petitions. As you will have seen, it takes a bit of time. So we'll allow you, because already we have taken a bit of time on this one. So we also want to prioritize others, but we'll give you a chance.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson, for allowing me. Ngizawukhuluma inkulumo yasekhaya so that I can be clear. Chairperson, into engakhona ukuyizwisisa is that if ubaba laphana emphakathini athi right now there's no money for the ward-based educators to be absorbed. Usho ukuthini? Makathi abantu base municipality akunamali for bona, then abantu laba base province hibo ababsorb ama robots and everything. And secondly, there's this talk, and my MM there will also ilungisa if I'm wrong. There's a communication between them and the district. Got on the issue of our absorption, whereby the MEC, she's the one who has told the MM and the district that they must make sure that this matter is fast absorption. And again, can't thina si reporta kuphi makuthiwa abantu abathathelwe enhlokweni abantu base province abasebenzele province, kanti thina si reporta kuphi? Si report ehlathini noma si reporta kuphi? Because ama report wethu ayathathwa ise province. And again, the issue of money, it's so painful, very painful. And Chairperson, I want you to understand this thing, and the rest of the colleagues there, is that how can the people work and not get paid, whereby they have signed the contract, and then the district, Sidiben district and the province, they are playing hide and seek. And how do you usayinisa kanjani abantu ama contracts imali ingekho? I-commitment ephileyo ukuthi ikhona ukuthi no sayinisana abantu ama contract and then sizobabhadala, because right now the province and the municipality, they are playing hide and seek. Mawukhuluma the province is saying i-district ayikaletha ama-report wonke kufuze iwalethe. Masiya ku-district, i-district ithi no, we have sent out everything. So what is holding everything? Because I thought even the treasury will be here to explain what is it exactly. And I've asked our MM even yesterday to say, we want a meeting between the municipality and the treasury and the Department of Health and the ward-based educators here, so that we could hear who are those people who are playing with us. Because yesterday we slept the Sidiben district municipality. Sidiben district, Vrenaching, it's a very dangerous place, whereby even if we win daughter, it's not safe for you. So, and we have said, we won't leave that premises up until we get our monies. Yesterday we were chased away by policies. We were not doing anything wrong. We didn't vandalize anything. We didn't fight with anybody. But we were chased away by police department. Basibizela amaphoyisa because silwela ini amalungelo wethu. And we are aware that in Atteridgeville, on the 1st of December, there will be a World AIDS Day in Atteridgeville. And I want to put it on the record. My name is Bafana Madonna. I'm staying in Sebokeng. With all the ward-based educators, we are going to make sure that we get to Atteridgeville. That program, it won't happen because it's our money that has been used today. That program, I'm putting it on the record. I don't care what in Yabanjwa no Mangbanjwa. I don't care, I'm fighting for my own rights here. I'm saying that program in Atteridgeville, the premier, I thought the premier would be here. I was going to tell him face to face that that program won't happen. We want our man and we want to leave Sidibeng up until we get our money. When we leave here, we are going back to join others and we are going to sleep there. And we're going to make sure that the rest of South Africa knows about what is happening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Memi listen, kwena no ro kwaletse petition again. Mara ke worried because wena o bue. Eh?
Ke batla ho bua, ke re ke bona
Or ba
hore
bueletse parata.
wa re khatha, ke re ne ke batla hore re bue chairperson, re hlahise maikutlo a rona.
Ka motsotsonyana akere.
Eish.
Because ordinarily we only allow the petition. We just made an exception. Again, ordinarily the person who gets to sit there, it's the petition. Again, but because of the nature of the issue, we would have made an exception to allow your two colleagues. Mara ne re batla wena nne wena tlhalosang. Again, so arutse in just a minute.
Ke a leboha, Chairperson, ke a le dumedisa kaofela. Lebitso la ka ke Lebogang Maropeng Ramokgwasi. Ke ngwetse this petition because of dilo tse etsahalang ko Sedibeng, le ko health department ko district. Ntho e bohloko ko hore re na le re absorbuwe, re na le data, re na le pesal. So ke na le proof ya those pesals tsa batho ba sebetsang ko HIV and AIDS coordinators. All of us, we are absorbed, and ke tshwere proof ya teng ya mabitso a rona, ba nkileng di-pesal number tsa rona, ba di sebedisa ko di ara mabitsong a batho ba bang. And it's painful, we don't have those money, and re tlamile re thotse from hane re absorbuwa ka 2021, ka the end of July, ka di 28 tsa July. So batho bao ba kene mabitsong a rona ka di pesal number tsa rona. So ne ke re ke hlahise from ho lona, this issue is painful. Hore ko healthy district ba ntse ba re kolota to that money ya rona ya batho ba kening, and ba re those people they are working at Emfuleni ko Maspaleng, and rona it's us batho ba sebetsang ko Maspaleng, and ha ra tloa re absorbuwe. Yes, and the two officials, Mr. Matsaneng o suspendiwe because of this issue ya rona, because hono tlamile ele yena a dilang ka this issue a re absorbile ka tsatsi leo la di 28. Ha wa kgonahala, dintho tsa rona di letsa stopper from ko Sedibeng, and we don't know hobaneng di stopuwe from ko Sedibeng. Ne ke batla hore ke tlhaise ke hlakise hantle, ke nana le batho ba ko health they know about this, and ne re na le bona meeting ga ba bolella hore re na le di-pesal tsa rona, and nkare ha ba ka ba re ba re nkela hlohong, and ntho e bohloko eo. So proof iteng ntho e re batlang absorption, like the way they did promise us hore ne absorption will get it on the 28th of July, and le pampiri eo it's clear and straightforward. Ha e re kae kapa kae hore ne tjhelete ha iyo ya budget ya rona ya absorption and all stuff in. And ntho ya di robot di tlile ka morao ho rona ke rona we came with this ntho ya di HIV and AIDS ya go tlamile re absorb, ke rona re lwanetseng taba ya di absorption. So those people ke bona ba decidileng hore ba nke batho ba di robot instead no tlamile ho nkuwe le rona batho ba di HIV and AIDS. Ha ke na mantswe a mangata, the rest di colleagues tsa ka di buile, and nane ke batla ho hlahisa taba enana ya eng ya absorption le taba ya eng bonneteng ke sorry hore disappointile ha ona nnete. We did go district ba re ha wa submita anything, and ha bana problem ya hore ba release tjhelete because of ha ba ka fumana dintho tsa bona ba tla release tjhelete. So ha ona nix e rometseng kwana ko province, because of province they are still waiting for the documents tse tlamileng o di romelle. Ene ke batla hlahisa taba enana ya di iPad ane a bua tjhelete ya di tlamile a ile a ba straightforward for lona a le bolella hore di iPad tseo di rekuwe ka tjhelete fe, di iPad di rekuwe ka tjhelete ya rona ya from the province. And the iPad tseo ba ne ba re reketse for rona for letsatsi la COVID. Hore re tlo di sebedisa for COVID. Ha di a fihla matsohong a rona taba eo. Ene hobaneng ke mo re sa tsebeng, ene ba di rekisetsa di official ka tjhelete ya bomang, ka tjhelete ya rona e tswang from the province. That is why hona le di tjhelete tse sa kgoneng hore di kopane. Ke ile ka mo jwetsa hore ne tjhelete e setseng is 2.8 million. I'm so surprised hore ho setse 1.1 million. Ene ka mo bolella hore to 2.8 million it will recover for us for 3 months. That 3 months from July, August, September. So abarine tjhelete eo e ka setse hona jwale in remakala ha ho setse 1.8 million. And ntho e bohloko kore the ha ba patale rona fela ka tjhelete e ya rona ya this program e. Hona le dipoko tse ba ba patalang tsona batho ba sebetsang mo ko masipaleng ka tjhelete ya rona.
Okay, I think we've heard everything. I want to allow members of the committee to also input so that we can also ask the department to respond to the points that you will have made. But I'm very much worried as well. I must be honest. It's a rather unfortunate matter, quite serious. And yeah, you know, my worry stems from the fact that there seems to have been a number of things that went wrong in the process. But as I said and listened, I kept on wondering, why is it Ndade Malotan, why we have not been able to arrange a formal interaction amongst the different parties so that there's a common understanding of what the issues are. Otherwise, we run the risk of speaking past each other, you know. And I think Bafana demonstrates that point. Or it would have been ideal to have a meeting where we ventilate all of these points so that we don't have a situation where this matter, we are understanding it differently. Because it creates, those specific problems. But I think there's one or two things that I would have also wanted to ask. Because now the matter takes a twist. In that initially we thought we were only just dealing with an issue around, these educators, stroke counselors, not having been absorbed. But what we are also learning from Marobeng is that seemingly there are instances where there are people who are using their personal numbers to receive, either stipends or salaries. And I'm a bit worried because in essence it might say there are people who would have been absorbed in the name of these educators. But the unfortunate thing is that they are not receiving what is due to them. I'm not sure whether, that is something that in your own observation, you can confirm, and whether there may have been investigations as a matter that would have possibly been raised. Then maybe in Tata Malotana, what we may also have to explain is the issue around the absorption of these educators only at the level of the province. Is it related to specific institutions, maybe tertiary, or are they aligned to tertiary institutions? I mean, your tertiary facilities as against regional facilities. So we're really just struggling with that part about why is it that there would have been uptake of others as against others, you know? And what is the current thought plan to conclude the process? And I'm noting the fact that you will have indicated that possibly the announcement by the then MEC might have been premature, particularly when you did not necessarily have a framework in place to regulate the modalities of how that process would be carried through, you know. I'm also noting the point that Treasury would have raised some concerns, and I thought maybe if we could explore the details, and I'm mindful because you are not a treasurer, you know, maybe the MM might know. What is it that Treasury would have raised that is now stalling the process? But you see, just when you are looking into the issue of the process having been stalled or halted as due to Treasury, you know, directives or considerations, then you have got monies used against that backdrop, which monies were in any way intended for the payment of, you know, the very same cohort of these educators. And this is not necessarily to suggest that it would have been the same process of absorption. I'm supposing that that may relate to their contracts or contractual, you know, arrangements that they may have had. But be that as it may, I mean, you still have got this complaint that they are not receiving those monies anyway. And that there's a redirection of some of the resources to buy, you know, tablets, which tablets have not been received. Or in Gilela degree. You see? So there are gray areas which are quite confusing. And we're hoping that you may possibly be able to explain that part. Well, the other thing, MM, and the unfortunate thing is that you may not necessarily be as involved within the day-to-day operations of, you know, the Department of Health at the level of the district. But unfortunately, because we don't have anybody here, we are then left with no option but to ask you. In April of 2020, there's an assertion that there was a commitment that as their contract comes to an end, they would immediately be taken up thereafter. And of course, we know that COVID happened. But was there any arrangement to interact or communicate any, you know, changes in the thought process? You know, because at least maybe that could have, in a way, assisted in allaying fears or clarifying the then thinking. Yeah. Then the other issue is about an outstanding number of educators who have not been paid. Have we looked into this issue? And why is it that we sought to return the 1.3 when the other people who would have raised concerns about not having been paid? You know, why is it that we might not have covered that shortfall, such that will cause it for a rollover, knowingly that there are people who have not been paid? You know, so all of these things, in my own opinion, they would have easily been resolved had we created a space to interact with the affected parties, so that it's not spilled over in a way in which there's a passivity and misgivings. And I suspect there might well be logical explanations around every facet of what seemingly has gone wrong. But unfortunately, we have lost out on the opportunity to formally engage affected parties. You know, and this is what really worries me. That how do we then resolve it going forward? Because this might not necessarily be an issue that we are going to resolve in this session. I doubt we are going to resolve it in this session. And the reason why I'm saying that is specifically because it involves a greater number of other bodies, treasury, health in the district, health in the province, possibly even the Premier's office. Because there may well need to be a review of the commitment that will have been made for the absorption. But even if you say, let's continue with it, you might still have to devise means, look into the modalities around actualization. So that you don't leave this matter hanging and people believing that this process is still unfolding, whereas there's no longer such an appetite. Now, is liberating, and I really want us to do that from this far. But of course, bearing in mind that we might not necessarily conclude the entirety of the process. So those are some of the questions that I have. I'm not sure whether other members may want to say. Member Peach, Member Chabalala. Member Chabalala.
Chair.
Say this side as well.
Chair, I'm covered with all the questions that you've raised. I equally believe that we won't do justice today because we want to exhaust all the issues. So my proposal for a way forward is for a session where we are going to sit down with all the stakeholders or all the departments, the committee, the petitioners, get them into one room, sit down and try to find a solution to this predicament and way forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Chabalala. Member Mabunda.
No, thanks, Chair. I agree with Member Chabalala and yourself that it might be difficult today to exhaust all or to exhaust this problem or challenge today to its conclusion, considering how long it took and the implications of the decisions that needs to be taken. And I don't think it's something that can be resolved outside the executive authority of the provincial and the Department of Health. Because from if one take from the petition is that there was commitment of which to an extent I can agree that when Dr. Masuku was still the MEC, there was a discussion and it was concluded as such. Maybe what we need to do is to convene a meeting of all those that are concerned. The MEC, the Department of Health, the Treasury, the petitioners, and everyone concerned to one meeting within reasonable time, Chair, because I don't think it will be fair to postpone it without a specific time frame. Maybe we can then say within 2 to 3 weeks, there must be a meeting that will convene all those that are affected to thoroughly thresh this problem. Thanks, Chair.
Member Ledwaba and Member Schneemann.
Thank you very much, Chair. Very disturbed, Chair, because it seemingly means we were provided by the report that is not complete, and then we therefore, as we go forward, the department must submit a complete report, because what we are hearing today, it's just exploitation of our people to the highest order, which it can never, ever. Really, we can't take it. Something must be done, because they did what they're supposed to do, and that everything that is due to them, it must be given to them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Schneemann.
No, thanks very much, Chair. I must say that I'm also a little bit disturbed about the time and the length of time this matter has been taking. It goes back a number of years, and it can't be right, it is correct, that citizens must struggle like this to find some kind of resolution, whatever the resolution may be, but some kind of resolution. And that they have to wait until they get to a hearing like this, and then we still find that nothing's been resolved adequately. And I think it should be a lesson to those involved, especially officials. We can't treat citizens of the country like this. We really can't. If something can't be done, then they must be told it can't be done. But you can't be changing time frames and timelines. And that's one of the things that I've gathered while I've been listening, is that there's been a change of time frames and then there are commitments made, but then nothing happens. You know, if something can't be done, it's better to say it can't be done than to keep on changing the goalposts and keep on raising people's hopes, and then they get dashed. I really think that we as a committee here, we should not be at all happy that people, citizens, have been treated in this manner. So, Chair, I want to concur with Member Mabunda, because ordinarily the legislature closes next week, and we only come back into work late January. But having listened to the petitioner and those that are with the petitioner, I don't think it would be correct that we can just say we'll see you next year. So I want to concur with Member Mabunda that there needs to be a special meeting called. And it needs to happen before everybody goes away for their December holidays. Because otherwise, we're again doing what's being done and just saying, well, we'll see you later. So I want to concur with Member Mabunda, and I want to ask Chair that we look at convening a special session to try and find some kind of resolution or some kind of answers. I think we must also be careful here that we don't try and get caught up into making commitments, because we would also be putting ourselves in a dangerous position as well. We need to hear the facts, but we need to find some kind of resolution, and it needs to happen before we close. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, members. But I just quickly, I just quickly want to ask, member, sorry about that.
Yeah, Kimunyani, I understand. Thanks, Chair. Chair, I don't want to, I want to agree with issues that you have raised. But there is one issue that I need to ask. I think Mr. Malotana will be the perfect person to assist me on this one. And I'm raising it only because of this can of worms that has been opened. And my question is, there is a concern raised by the Treasury as per the report, and that concern has affected the release of a grant. My question is the concern linked to the iPads that were bought, the tablets that were bought, or there are other financial issues that are involved which delays the issue of the grant? That's clarity that I need, Chair. And number two is that, is this money of a grant that we are speaking with the one that needs to pay the petitioners? Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Member Ndlovu. Yeah, Lena, you know, that's the part I wanted to understand. So, it was initially the 13 million, isn't it, 13 million. Was it transferred to yourselves? Is it in that the Malotana prior to Treasury raising those concerns? the 13 million transfer. You know, this part is really confusing us because we're not understanding whether it was prior or post.
No, Chair, it's an annual transfer.
Or annual transfer.
So the money gets gazetted, and then we then enter into a service level agreement MOU with the department, and then the money gets transferred. So that's how it goes. So for this year, the gazette was released, and as we're working on to the MOU space, that's when issues were raised about the past years. So that's where we
So
are.
it halted.
Yes, yes. That's where we are now, yes.
So what would have been the arrangement going forth? You then remained with the contractual arrangement. So the payment were towards the contractual arrangements and not so much about the absorption. Because what we're also lacking in understanding when you speak about the transfer, and you see what the educators are raising and what they are supposing is that in their view, those monies should have also been spent towards a process of the absorption. So I want to understand whether that would have been meant, and we are not understanding, we would obviously not know the contents of the MOU. Was the MOU about maintaining the contracts, or was it also about causing for the absorption of the educators?
No, Chair, the two are separate and they must be dealt with completely. Absorption is a competency of the province. If we were to absorb, it's a province. The MOU deals with the gazetting of the money and what the money goes to. So it's an agreement. So it's an SLA that says, remember the DORAC requirements. You ask for the money, this is what is intended for. So ideally, and the gazette is still there in terms of what needs to be transferred. Treasury is holding the money on the basis of saying, but looking back, we can't reconcile what we transferred vis-a-vis the business plan that was at the time approved.
So this is beyond this issue. So
This is beyond
it
this.
might be about other issues, not only just on this issue.
That is the complexity, Chair.
Okay. So
Chair, let me deal.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe let's give you an opportunity to speak to all other points that you may have identified or noted.
Chair, I wanted to conclude on on where we are now with the outstanding payments. The grant has not as yet been received, but we are in the advanced stage now between the municipality, health, and treasury, that all the information and the concerns that the treasury raised, everything has been submitted as requested. And I received an email yesterday confirming that everything has been received. We intend to meet with the treasury today, a virtual meeting, to get a way forward, which we anticipate will be the release of the 2022-2023 grant. This has been going on for about 3 months now, the back and forth. But all the other things that they've requested, they have received, and we are at the stage now we're awaiting the word from Treasury on when they are going to be releasing the 2022-2023 allocated grant. So that's where the situation is as of today. Thanks, Chair.
Do we have an MMC of health? Who is the MMC of health?
Our MMC is not here today, Chair.
Is there anybody from the Department of Health other than you?
From Health Department.
Okay. Because I'm really, but it's okay. Maybe let's allow you to ask other.
I hope you are separating the municipality from the health department,
Yes, yes.
which is fully represented here. Health department is fully represented. And from the municipality, I did not send anyone. Hence, I wanted to come as the head of the municipality so that I can answer to all questions comprehensively. Thanks, Chair.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, one of the things you've said is that the truth is liberating, and I must just place it on record. And it's very uncomfortable, especially on emotive issues, because Bafana knows very well that this is the second time this month that we come into debate to talk about this issue. That we spent the day in the municipal office looking for the CFO when we were there to try and resolve this issue. So it's not for lack of trying from the province, as far as just the resolving the confirmation of the information which today the MMS confirmed is being resolved. Because that's on record. The MMS confirmed that the impasse that has been the biggest headache. Can we confirm that the information that Treasury requires has received? The MMS just confirmed. And I hope that deals with that historic issue. Treasury, if it's happy, the transfer will be made that will deal with the impasse, including what is outstanding. Because Treasury has got no reservation, it appreciates and understands how this affects human lives. So that issue, I think, is the first part. The difficult part, Chair, is the point I need to raise, that the issue of absorption is under review. Purely because it's unfunded, it's unaffordable. And I need to say it because if I don't, it might just perpetuate that the expectations must be managed. And I'm just honestly trying to manage expectation. It's currently those that are in the province at 400 million deficit have put the provincial government at risk. National Department of Health and the National Treasury has given instruction to hold this process until a determination is made by the Department of Public Service Administration as to what must happen as far as this, because this is not unique to Gauteng. Community health workers are across the nation. Currently, there is no determination in terms of what should be, scope of work, level of absorption, all those issues. And I think I need to place it on record because that deals with that. The reason why, and Bafana asked, who do we report to? In the current context, with the current arrangement, with the SLA in place, they are reporting in the municipality, they are contracted in the municipality, they are performing a function in the municipality. Municipality processes their report to the province, to the provincial government for the purpose of accounting, auditing, and so I think that ambiguity must just also be dealt with, Chair. I just thought I should be frank. There's one issue that I think we must just clarify, this PESAL issue. That there are people with PESAL, and I think the chief director in the district, at the last meeting at the Health Portfolio Committee, it was tested, and there were, maybe let me allow him to just respond to that because it might create another impression.
How are community health workers organized? Is there a body? Is there possibly a body? And maybe you can also answer. Is there a representative body that represents them across, the spread? So that, because there are suggestions that we may need to have an interaction. I want to check so that we don't just get these educators from CDB. And then later on, we have got issues emanating from Tshwane, Westrand, Ikurle, So I want to check whether there's a representative body that ordinarily would, represent all of your interests? Or are you organizing separately per district? What is the arrangement?
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. The last time we had meetings with all the regions, together we came as HIV and AIDS educators to sit down because we have one grievance, is absorption. But now, since the petition decided to come here, they are not represented. Only CDB is represented in phase.
Okay, so there's nobody. It's okay. May proceed.
Thanks, Chair. Just briefly on my side, and I think we need to clarify this issue of PESAL. The last time that I met with colleagues, we I had asked for the information. I was given one PERSAL number. And during that meeting, we then identified that this is someone who was appointed by the Department of Sports, many years back. Remember, the PERSAL number does not change, and it's a person who received a stipend then. So there isn't anyone who has been absorbed and has a PERSAL number on the side of the department at the moment. But colleagues know how we interact. If that list is available, let it be shared with me, and I'm willing, to look into that and ensure that we provide, additional information. But based on the PERSAL number that we tested then, it was of an official who had been appointed many years back by the Department of Sports. Many thanks.
Let's test it. Do we have a list of the spooks? Okay. Come hand it over.
I apologize, Chairperson. Can I please add on something regarding to the department's representative? There were two...
on this issue, just on this specific issue.
Yes, on issue. There were two officials, HR department in Johannes, who were suspended because of corruption that was happening because of PERSAL numbers.
Okay, thank you very much. You may proceed. You wanted to say something quickly?
I wanted to add on something, Chair. Regarding the issue of PERSAL numbers, we did our investigation and we held many meetings with Johan Haynes. That was the department that was supposed to be handed over to by the municipality. The Johan Haynes representative told us that the district did not want to provide all the necessary papers like MOU and budget because they wanted to, they wanted us to start on a clean slate, knowing how much we were receiving in the district department, receiving from a provincial level. Two officials were suspended during the phase of absorption or integration into the Department of Health to those who were using our PERSAL numbers.
Okay, I want us to come up with a way forward. Ne?
Chair,
Bafana,
cannot way forward.
Bafana, ka se re tlele way forward. Ke nna ke tla nka way forward.
No, nek batla lukisa ena, Chair, please.
Olo saying
2 seconds.
You want us on your side. You don't want us not on your side. So allow me to do the way forward. Ne? I gave you an opportunity. We can't have a secular discussion. There's what we are picking up from the department is that the issue around the absorption is a subject of a review. And unfortunately, not you, not me, have the powers to change a position of government. Neither of us. But what we have the power to do is to enable you and create a platform to make representations. And we want to do exactly that. Again, the unfortunate thing which my colleagues raise is that already the legislature is rising next week. It's going on recess. You see? But I believe it shouldn't be a train smash because we can look at suitable dates where when we confirm all parties will then also be able to communicate, or this is the set date. So we'll come back on you on that one. Then the second issue, it doesn't mean that whilst we are saying we'll look into a date on the issue of the absorption, on the issue of the outstanding payments, because that one does not necessarily require that we move in circles. Okay. No, Kiole. So, on the issue of the payments, maybe let's wait for the quickly. So, Ndate Malboro, I'm going to hand over these things to you for investigation. And then we'll expect the report. Or how soon can you process and run an investigation on the spooks. Can we now on the 29th? Can we do it in 2 weeks? You think it's sufficient time?
Well, yeah, at 2 weeks it's fine. But we'll give you a preliminary report before the end of this week.
Okay. So this one was subjecting to an investigation already. We'll get a formal report. We'll also share with yourselves. Then the last thing, which is the outstanding payments that they mat. We want to know whether there's a process to address, and I'm happy because you are saying out of the issues that were flagged by Treasurer, already will have dealt with those. We will still expect the report, still. But I want to deal with the issue around the outstanding payments. Because we're learning that there's an outstanding number of educators. How many do we know?
188.
188. Who have to this day not received their monies. Is there a process? Maybe if you can respond to us on that one.
Chair, it is the 2 months. It is the July stipends and the August stipends, which are outstanding. As indicated earlier, the reason why we haven't paid them because we are still waiting for Treasury to release the 2022-2023 grant. We have managed to pay them for September, October, and November using the rollover amount of 1.3 million, which was declined. And for November, we used own funds, meaning within the municipality. We are a district municipality and we are a very poor municipality, so we cannot afford what we have actually moved into. The fact is that where we are now, I have escalated this matter to the level of the CFO of the province. What we were set to meet yesterday at 6 p.m., we could not meet, waited in the meeting. The CFO was caught up in a meeting of SCOPA. So they are continuing again today. So the commitment that I've received from the DDG this morning was that as soon as the CFO is released from the meeting of SCOPA, we will then have that meeting. So with the Director Treasury and the DDG and myself and Health, we will be in the same meeting today to resolve on the matter. So because all other items that were raised, both by Health and Treasury, have been attended to and resolved, we hope that today's meeting will actually say when will the monies be released. As soon as we receive the grant money, it will be the day that we will be paying the outstanding amounts. I think that is the commitment that one can make.
Thank you very much, MM. We don't want to hope. There's going to be that meeting very soon. Can we get a status report, an updating report by next week, Thursday? Just an updating report. So the issues might still be outstanding, but give us a report still, so that we can give an indication to the educators how far you are. Is it reasonable? It's reasonable.
It's reasonable, Chair.
So we're going to get a report by next week, Wednesday, so that it updates us on how far you are. Because you are saying you are waiting for it from Treasury. But as soon as those monies are received, we would want you to settle the 2 months outstanding. So there is an acknowledgement that we have not paid those number of people for the 2 months. So you are making that acknowledgement. Okay. So they are not refuting it. They are saying, indeed, that's the truth, that there are people who have not been paid only because they have been waiting for the transfer. And when that transfer comes about, immediately they will cause for the payment. So what we are requesting is that they give us an update report by next week, Wednesday, because they are saying there are going to be meetings. In fact, there has been a series of meetings. So all that we want for now is meetings. But notwithstanding that, we are still going to have a meeting on the issue of the absorption, so that we get to understand the actualities of how far the department is or where the department is in terms of its outlook on the issue of the absorption. Whether it's something that you are still going to do or whether you are abandoning it, we will have to discuss when we do meet at that point. Yeah,
Chairperson, I'm so sorry. Ne? I'm gonna be honest with you. With your honesty, set you free. Ne? To be honest, I'm not happy about everything. We waited for 15 years for everything, for absorption and everything. We waited for months for our money. Wabon. So if you say report next week and everything, it doesn't sit well in the next week. Kibodi 16 or whatever, wakwala municipality. So who's meaning we are going to Black Christmas. We are going to Black Christmas. There's nothing that we are gonna do. Retlo dula fela remele treasure and everything. I thought, Chairperson, I thought you would say,
Bafan, because you see, you are not assisting the process as well.
I'm assisting. Chairperson.
Let me tell you, and maybe you must give us a due. We are a legislature committee. We have got powers. We are coming from different political parties. We are not from the same organization, politically. So give us due. The petition standing committee in the legislature is giving powers to someone to subpoena anybody that wants to subpoena. So we can subpoena the premier, we can subpoena an MEC, we can subpoena a mayor, we can subpoena an MMC, we can subpoena a CFO, we can subpoena even the municipal manager. We are given those powers. And we use those powers when it's necessary. So the MMC, the MM is on record. So the Lord said record, you are on record. You see, so nobody can say what they are not going to implement. Everybody who speaks in this meeting is on record. So when we say we want the report on Wednesday, I'm not a friend of the municipal manager. I'm not a friend of Malboro. I'm not a friend of Ndate Malotan. We are not friends. So we take our job very serious. When we say we want the report, and it's an updating one, we mean exactly that. We will present you with the report next week, Wednesday. When we say we're going to have a meeting on this issue around the absorption, we mean exactly that. And it's for that reason that this issue, Yalona, when you raised it with us, we were able to call the department, you must come and account on this specific issue. Otherwise, if we were friendly with them, they would not have been here. So please give us due and allow us at least a bit of time to follow through on the commitments which have been made here. Because if you say we're not happy, we're not doubtful, what else can we do? Because those answers, those solutions that you want are not going to come out of this meeting. But at least there must be a bit of movement. And this is what we are causing for. That there must be some measure that is being undertaken. So it's a process. I regret that it may have taken so long for this matter to ultimately find expression. I regret it. It's a horrible thing to have happened. But let's give the process a chance. By saying, let's get a report next week, Wednesday. We've given Ndate Malboro 2 weeks within which to give us a report on the spooks. 2 weeks. And he committed himself for it. Actually, Chairperson, we want to give you a preliminary report. When did you send Ndate Malboro? By Friday. He says by Friday we're going to give you a report. He can't lie to us. We're a very serious committee. We don't take hostages. So rest assured, my brother, those reports, you are also going to get them. Otherwise, you can hold me accountable as the chair of this committee. So thank you very much, colleagues. With all the commitments, agreements that we have made, we are going to step off this one. Again, there is a process that we have agreed to. We'll follow that process. So thank you very much for that. We want to I'm not so sure because there's the issue of lunch. Who, Members is again. When are we taking lunch? Or can we take one more before lunch? Okay. Yeah, no. Let's take another one before lunch. Because I'll tell you, batho ba ko borona na go after lunch la tsamaya ke lo re tlola re le one. A re ba tlo sala re le one, mo ke re tletse lona mo ke. Yeah, so a re tsenya ya bofello before lunch and then yeah. So let's take the third one. We're taking the third one.
It's a clinic. It's not complex. Thank you, Chair. We are still with the Department of Health. And may I also request Mfuleni to join the Department of Health. Ke kopele ntate Bafana Mavuso a le teng a go tafoleng. I was informed that they can't get hold of him, but he had confirmed that he's attending. Okay. Okay, he's with us. So the petition is titled Request for a Clinic Rate Spread Registration.
Do we have Mfuleni here? Where's Mfuleni? Who is representing Mfuleni? Yeah, it'll come. Go and sit in the hot seat. Where are they? Ndate Malbro, this may not be related to you, isn't it? Is it still okay? So it's still related to you.
Chair, I think they are related to us. Maybe we can take them both, two related ones, quickly. Tepiso and Ritz Spread.
Yeah, I want us to, let me see. Yeah. So we're going to hit two birds with one stone. Again. So meaning that we're also, why isn't that the Bafana is there? Me Matsepo guy. Khadeb. So Ndate Senoto will read out the two summaries. Pero go. Ne?
Thank you, Chair. So the first one is request for a clinic in Ritzbreit. The petitioner is Mr. Bafana Mavuso, who resides in Ritzbreit. He alleges that there is no clinic in their area and that the mobile clinic that the community members use is accessible only once a week for 30 minutes. He also alleges that they are not attended to whenever they visit the hospital for medical attention because they would not be having the necessary referral letter from the clinic. He therefore requests the municipality and the department to investigate the matter for both a short and long-term solution. The petition was referred on the 10th of June to both the municipality and the department. And the other one is titled Request for a Clinic, Ward 11, Tepiso. The petitioner is Councillor Matsepo Joyce Khadebe on behalf of the residents. She alleges that there is only one clinic in Tepiso which caters for residents of phase 1 to 5 in Ward 22. She also alleges that there is no clinic in Ward 11 of Tepiso. Thus, request for a clinic to be built in Ward 11. She also indicates that the clinic in Ward 22 is too far. There's noise there, Chair. I'm being disturbed. Okay, she also indicates that the clinic in Ward 22 is too far for the residents of Ward 11 to access. The petition was also referred to both Mfuleni municipality and the Department of Health on the 30th of June 2021. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So those are the two petitions. Rostata kaya ndate ya bafana again. Ya go read spread. Ke summary. Are you confirming the summary? You confirming mo Mike?
I'm confirming, Chair.
Okay. Ndate bafana confirms. Let's go to Mayor Matsebo. Are you confirming the summary?
Yes, Chair, I'm confirming.
Like confirm again. Maybe to the speaker and the councillor, we've got these are translating gadgets. I think, can we have a two? So if you want to listen in, can we have a two of these translating gadgets? So to the team at the back, if you can just hand over so that our councillors are also able to follow up. So maybe let's start with the first one. Get the report on the read spread petition.
Thank you, Chair, once again, and members of the committee. Well, just briefly on my side, starting with read spread, and that will be on slide number 5. Slide number 5, yes. So in as far as read spread is concerned, Ntate Bafana has mentioned that we don't have a clinic in the area, and that mobile services that are available in the ward are only being provided there for 30 minutes, once a week. And the request on our side is, what is it that we are doing about this? So perhaps just as a bit of background is that we need to know that Renali Read Spread Clinic, I think operating from Monday to Friday. And the operating hours start Read Spread Clinic ki 7 o'clock in the morning, equal like a 4 motsiare. Leona iko number 89, Molsa Stein, ko van der Bijl Park. So, clinic ena, I faba tubaruna full package ya primary healthcare services. Leona, in the area ya Read Spread, Renali Mobile Clinic, sebetsang hona mo ko di farmong. Leona ia mo ai every day ko di farmong ka hore re bona hore population ya rona iko tlase thata, but fela it moves around on specific days during the week. Leona re fileli nomoro which can be used to contact batho ba rona ba fang those mobile health services. But ntho e re irang as a district ke hore in the short term, before the end of this current financial year, Renali mobile services tse pedi, which are going to be added onto a number of the farms that we service, including Devon. So area ena ya Read Spread Leona, over and above or Renali this service which goes there, ya mobile once a week. Retlo add another mobile health service in the area so that we can be able to close the gap. So ki ya Read Spread. And long term, what we have noted is that although we would want to have a clinic for our people considering the distances that are there, but fela harilibility, the radius in terms of 5-kilometer radius, utswa mo batho ba nnang ko teng, we are go Read Spread Clinic, le mo re beyang di mobiles. We are still within that radius here 5 kilometers. But fela, with the increasing population, in future, we will ensure that we put plans together so that we can have a brick and mortar structure. But for the moment, it is not possible. Our population iko tlase, leona distance, it's within the 5-kilometer radius, our liability, a mobile, a fixed structure, or Read Spread. Kikupa ufitela huya bubedi, which is Tepiso, Elinko Ward 11. So more Tepiso, we have noted or Renali quite a number of facilities, our liability Ward 11. So Ward 11 in a little clinic tse pedi, which is Tepiso le Ritswela Pele. So those ones are clinics that are providing services in our people in that area. But fella, over and above the clinic, re na le di community health centers tse berekang for 24 hours, still within the same ward, telling Sharpeville, le Boipatong community health centers. And ha re lebeletse these 4 facilities, di tsona di ka mo hare ha radius ena ya 5 kilometers, which is in line with the standards tsa rona, the norms tsa of primary health care services in our area. So ha re lebeletse Ward 11 specifically, we are not planning to change anything given the current number of resources that have been invested in Ward 11. Ha re lebeletse one of our community health center, I think Boipatong specifically, re na le an MOU which is not even reaching the target in terms of getting 150 deliveries per month. So the services di hona, perhaps what we can do together with other departments is to work towards ensuring that our services are not only marketable, but are also accessible in nature. Ha re lebeletse ditsela tse re di berekisang tse seng hantle mo Ward 11. Thank you. I don't know, CEO, if you want to add.
No, maybe just to add, yeah, I think the bulk of work, access or availability might not be the issue. Probably the quality of services and other related issues might be the issues that I think we should go and audit and confirm. And it's something that we often find ourselves wanting. That's often sometimes not that our clinics are not there. I mean, people still, and I'll use this example for the benefit of the committee, will still prefer going to Bara, passing Begim Langen for perception reason, rather than the actual service. So the quality related issues is something that might be really what's driving the petition. It's something that we'll continue to work on. Thanks so much.
Okay. Imfuleni, you want to add? No. Yeah, okay. So, me Matsepo, those are the responses. But my biggest anxiety, I must tell you, I must be honest, is that in the petition that you wrote to us, the impression that was created was that there are no clinics completely, both in Ritspreid as well as in Tepiso. But we are now getting to learn that there is a clinic, and I've also just checked on Google. So it says a Ritspreid community clinic, and I've checked also where it is. It says it's in, where is it? Olgakish Street, Melastein. It closes at 4 p.m. This is what I pick up on Google. I get. And then we also are learning that even in Tepiso, there are CHCs, community health centers. So I wanted to get an understanding from yourself. Whether you are saying there's no clinic, or you are saying there is a clinic, but you are complaining about other things, or you think there may be a need for an additional clinic. Is that what you are raising?
Chair, there's no clinic. If I'm asking the director, if he was doing his job, he will go and monitor the places where the mobile clinics goes. If you check on the petition, it says 535 IQ, Ritspreid, not Middelstein. So Middelstein is about 60 kilometers away. We are just opposite West Park. We fall under Ward 30. We were under Ward 25. We were under Ward 30. Then we got back. We were taken back to Ward 25, of which it also confuses us because at the place there are people from various places in Ritspreid who are traveling for about 5 kilometers to 4 kilometers with kids. So it's very painful for them. Ile batho ba bomme o thola hore ho tla mobile clinic ya panel van. On the panel van, e ema sepakapakeng sa hlaga. Mo emang teng, panel van is dark inside. So when it's dark, if batho nka how feta mo o kgona bona mang ba mo tubutshitse mang a etsa ha ena privacy. Of which the sister tse sebedisang the clinic, they will come. I'm working. I'm sorry about to say that. I just gave myself a time. Ya ke ke monitor. It la fitla ka 12, 12:30 ya tsamaya. Meaning how you fitile ile go sebetsa. Then you have to wait for next week Tuesday. We emela clinic. So if in life ya motho o tlameha motho a kule, we emela next week Tuesday, eba a challenge. Of which if we are hospital, they will tell you re batla letter ya referral. Elo reng you dumella ba o admit. Ni so ba o admit. When re ngolla lengolo ko Emfuleni, ba re jwetsa hore re tlameha re attende Mandela Square or Joandio. Of which ke tsona tse close about 10 kilometers. Bla mo re leng teng. So ha isa teng ka bo magwedi isatle because lo release in 2017 di nkile selemo di sister di bua di ra ha ba batlo go release tsa tsona because ba go tla mo etsa di card tsa di eng re batho ba kule batho ba ya shwa as part ya le party ya di ambulance. If you phone the ambulance, they will tell you fall under Forgeville, but ka demarcation ward or under ward 30 or ward 25 under Sebokeng. So it convinces us. So if another bayetsa mosebetsi wa bona clear, they will see the clinic wela hokai. And I don't follow Google's a lot because Google is something that you type and leave it there. But if you follow the work or the report ya batho, o check out the clinic attendwa ke batho ba kae be lo reng ba in need of clinic because na le batho be lo reng ba hloka seriously. Motho ha kula at night, o se motla matho le medication ha tsoga. O tlameha o emela next week. Ho na le bo mme ba ile reng as a government, actually ke be ya blame government because lenka ha le hira batho to age ya 35, I mean to say. And after age ya 35, but one ke batswadi le bona, there are parents, there are kids who are disabled. If o le motswadi o dula ngwana disabled, o hloka treatment. Ile motswadi o hloka treatment ya go nke ngwana ha o mo attend to something. So if o check transport ya bona, they don't qualify for what 350 grants because lack of information. Because ke petition ya bo 6 e ke tlisitseng ha rena di service at all. So the service legislature, I'm hoping this is my last time attending, even though the other one did total because of the other ones reported the legislature. There is no follow-up. Emfuleni will phone you and say, oh, right, well, under what Mr. Janji, yes, no, they don't come at all. We have the issues that clinics are no. Do you wait for another week or attend we? No. Do you have to go to
okay. No, thank you very much, Ndatabafan. I'm sorry to do that. I think we have picked up on that issue. I think the main issue here emanating from your petition, because when you say read spread, that's exactly what we will have checked. And this is what we will have said to the department. You know? So I want us to go back to that issue. Because seemingly there may be 2 read spreads. Seeming. Ne? Is there one or maybe the spread? Wabala rinzi za mo maybe. Kenyago kore ke batlo o re fe picture. Maybe there's a misunderstanding by the department.
Yes.
Whether we're speaking about the same read spread.
Can I ask you to Google Radipeu Primary School? It will take you close to it. Radipeu. Because the community from Radipeu also attend to us. So
is Radipeu in read spread?
It's close to us. It's about 15 minutes to go to Radipeu.
Yeah, but what I'm asking is Radipeu in read spread?
Yes. Read spread is a river. So some of the portions of the names of the places have been named with Ritzbreit because people can trace it easily. So it's a river that goes. So it's called stemming.
Oh.
So that's why if you go with 535 IQ, so it gives you the
essentially you are saying there is a place called Ritzbreit.
Yes.
But then there's another area. Is it an informal settlement?
No, it's an old apartheid houses. I'm sorry to use that word.
No, no problem. You are allowed to say that.
Okay, freedom of speech.
There is Rietsparade, the main place, and there's another place close to Radipeu.
Many of them.
Okay. Check Radipeu. Radipeu.
No, it ain't.
Eh?
It ain't Google. I am familiar to
Yeah,
this.
but check it out.
Oh, okay. Radipeu. Radipipu. P-E-U.
Radipeo. Is it Radipeu?
Yes.
Peu isn't like seed.
Yes, seed.
Radipeu. Radipeo.
Yes. P-E. P-E. You. Yeah.
Oh, you.
Yes. You.
Peu.
That is.
Okay. So let's check this one.
That's Radipeu. If you move to west side, yeah, that direction of your cursor, mouse of your cursor, go down. No, go down.
There is Rietsparade.
Yeah, it's a river. So most of you see the river, it's the name of the river. So most of the potions have been named after the potions. If you go down with the river, can I stand up and show redirect? Or
Oh, so what you are referring to is not mainland Rietsparade.
Yes.
It's an area close to the Rietsparade River.
River.
What is that place called?
Stinning. It's a place that built it zone 13, zone 7 in apartheid. No.
Because when in your petition you wrote Rietsparade, and you don't mention Radipeu, you don't mention the river, you just say Rietsparade. And obviously anybody responding assumes that you are referring to mainland Rietsparade. You see where the problem arises? Because you could have given that name. Or again,
Stinning.
Still
Brickstown.
Still bricks.
Brickstown, Stinning.
Yeah, but the name is still bricks. Rebon says still bricks. Show us still bricks. Yeah, mara how kwala petition or nna ke nna lerato. E be re tla mo rena o bo re no ke nna tsholofelo. Re tlhakatlhakana tlhogo because nna re dila le lerato. So, he still bricks. Eh?
Yes, Stinning.
Oh, Stinning.
Yes.
Is that the whole of the community?
Yes, Chair. The one household.
Yeah, but you see, are you saying that's the whole community?
Yes, Chair, but then the mobile clinic, it doesn't only accommodate these communities. Most of the community come to this place so they can get that services.
So it's a farming community. Is it a farming?
No, Chair. It's a let me put it in this Sotho. Ke pleke e dulang batho. So the pleke tse ding ka baka la go di scattered. When the mobile clinics arrives, they come to this site, to this area ya rona.
Okay.
So of which it's a based place. Elori accommodate all of the, because the population ya yona is the most ngata.
How many people stay within this settlement?
91.
In this settlement?
It's not
91.
91.
And what are the other places adjoining this one?
It's 7 House, it's Klepkop, it's Calabas Fontaine,
It's Massmate next to that Radipeo. It's Matating, Dinaledi, and the other ones in Hajan Satane, Haheki, and so on.
So Bila
Kamaland also.
Your your petition should have said there's a number of localities around the Ritzbraid River, and these are the names of those places. And we think centrally there should be a clinic or a facility.
Yes, Chair.
Not that there's no facility in this area, because nobody builds a clinic for 91 people. You see, so you should have said at a central point, we want the department to investigate the possibility of building a clinic centrally so that all these communities can be able to access this facility central.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, maybe that's what we should have said.
But Chair, I'm sorry to use a bad word, because normally to me it's
Sure.
a backspace.
No, it's okay.
Chair, as I've said, none of the services, because they can take 3 months not coming, not unless you have to go to inquire what's the problem. And it's an issue of that we are not getting service delivery. But then, le baka le etsang hore re qetella re ngolla Ritzbraid, because of Rebata, we link a little. Even though all the service delivery tse re di kopileng ha re di thole from Mfuleni, di link a leona because it's a party ion. So when you're talking about Ritzbraid, entire Ritzbraid ha it service delivery. So ke yona re referela ho yona.
Okay, so thank you very much for that. Maybe what we should
Can
do.
I ask one question?
Okay.
Chair, I can say if today acting director kapa MM kapa batswadi ba Mfuleni, as they are responding, I want to know hore the budget ya di rural areas, what are they doing with it? Because it's very strange hore re rapela empa bophileng wa rona re phedisa bona bele go ba dutse di office. I'm sorry to mention that again.
Why is that?
I'm sorry to mention that.
Yeah, you know what I don't want us to do?
Yes, Chair.
Otherwise, we are going to be out of order.
My apology.
I get it when we write the petition was specific.
Yes,
We
Chair.
say we want the clinic. I don't want through this platform raise the other issues.
Okay.
Yeah, one that you had not raised in your petition. So the moment we say tell us about other budgets, they might not necessarily have prepared a report that speaks to that issue.
Okay.
Ukaraba ambush, wa bona?
No, I understand, Chair.
Yeah. So I want us to deal with this issue now that we understand the area location.
Chair, I am disturbed.
No, wait, let me finish. Let me finish. Don't be disturbed. So we now understand the area that you were referring to. You see? And it was a good exercise. Or project mapping so that the officials from Sidibeng as well as in Mfuleni also know. Or actually it's not Ritzbraid. And exactly where. Again, so that they also look at the other places that you mentioned. You mentioned about 4 other places already. All of those people, ordinarily for services, they rely again. So we want to ask the department or the municipality rather, or can we investigate now that we have got additional information, the feasibility of putting up a clinic around that area, you know, and I'm saying possibility, got it. I get investigate, and maybe when you do that, I get so that he also understands the process. Yeah, how does a clinic get to be delivered? Because there is a process. So that you are not left out in the dark in that fan, but you are also pulled along in understanding the process. Because in reality, when you read our constitution, especially section 36, It says government renders services based on the availability of resources. I get it. So it's not as if when you say ke batla sekolo mo, government then delivers. Or how ke batla re batla sports complex mo, government delivers. There needs to be an investigation on the feasibility of it happening. I get it. But I'm requesting them not to leave you on the side. For them to explain the process. I get it. Now that they know where it is. Because when you read their report, it would have assumed what you had not intended. Because when you said reed sprayed, but now they thought of a different reed sprayed. You see? Whereas when you are referring to the stain. So there was that miscommunication. But it's not a problem. So we are just requesting the department to look into the feasibility and then give us a report on whether, that is something that the municipality in conjunction with the province can look into, because there are those, competencies. If you like it. Members, I'm not sure whether you might want to add, so that I don't leave any one of you out. Member Peach, are you okay? I hope I'm not leaving anybody out. Do you want to engage now with the additional information?
No, Chair, thanks. Maybe, Chair, maybe I must appreciate the extent at which you want to try and clarify. Because on the face value, it looks like we missed the mark, and it took you that long with Google. But Chair, I must also just say on the face value, just based on how using the national norms and standards, the population there will not meet the threshold for a fixed structure. And I must say that we would go investigate in details in terms of, because we need to do a census, the last census numbers, and draw from the current mobile utilization used in historical data. But just on a population that is being articulated there, that will never reach the threshold. So there are three things that are at option at the immediate. Is the exploitation of a medium fixed structure for a health post with limited services. The improvement of the mobile services with the agreed route and schedule, and an improvement of access to emergency medical services for medical emergencies. Those three things on a face value are things that must be in the here and now, can be guaranteed and explored, and in a conjunction with the community. A fixed structure is going to require quite a detailed exercise that we will then unpack. Of course, Chair, you are familiar with the planning budget cycle, and then eventually build if we arrive at that. But on a face value, with the facts presented and just the geo-mapping, that's the process we could assure. Thanks.
Yeah, I was too careful because we're only seeing the stain. I may not necessarily have an appreciation of the entirety of the surrounding areas, And that is why I said maybe just do a preliminary check, such that if necessary, it may warrant a much more deeper investigation, So it would just be taking the initial step, which is a preliminary one. Member Schneemann?
No, Chair, thank you very much. I think you've covered partly what I wanted to raise, because we have indicated we're having another meeting next week or the week after. So I wanted to request that when we have that meeting, because it's still the Department of Health that would be coming back to us on the earlier matters we've dealt with. Can they not just do a preliminary check on the area, the surrounding areas? How are those communities accessing health services? Just to come back to us and say, look, this is what we found, and these are the processes that we'd have to follow. Again, so that we don't leave it and only look at this next year sometime. That's just a request, Chair.
Yeah, so maybe let's agree on that approach. So it's a preliminary investigation. So it's not an onerous one, the full protracted, just the preliminary to sort of do a scan, an environmental scan of the area. And of course, we are fully appreciative of the thresholds that might militate, the community or the areas qualifying to have a brick and mortar arrangement. But we already have a sense that it might not necessarily be that. And that is why we agree that meanwhile, maybe let's improve those services. Because there was also a complaint that the mobile clinic only goes there for 30 minutes. You can imagine Monghono, they walk slowly. 30 minutes, it's insufficient. So maybe let's extend. And we also need monitors. Where are the monitors? To monitor how long a mobile clinic stays within a specified location. Because in the absence of a monitor, we are always going to have this complaint. Sorry. But they left within 20-30 minutes. So somebody needs to keep a logbook of their stay and how many a number of people they will have attended to in a day. And the other issue was about the referrals, isn't it? Or you don't even get referrals, and hence you are returned when you go to hospital. Yes. So there's also that issue that we may need to look into. So for me, it's really just the question of monitoring, the intervening a measure that you are going to employ. So yeah, like that.
Loud and clear.
Yeah?
Loud and clear, Chair.
Loud and clear. No? Let's take the one Yago Tsebiso. Let's take the one Yago Tsebiso. I'm not sure, Mama. Report again.
Yes, we did, Chair.
I'm not sure whether you want to engage with their report.
No, what's working, Chair? Whatever the gentleman has raised, issues are partially the same. Can I clarify this thing, Chair? I'm former Councillor Joyce Khadebe. The current councillor is here with me, Councillor Sefatsa. That is what I wanted to clear before I start deliberating on this petition.
Is Sepiso also one of those communities around this place?
No, it's on
somewhere else.
It's far south.
Oh.
It's on the other side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Chair, hence I'm saying the what's name the particulars on the petition that we just listened to are partially the same, but they are different in terms of capacity of household and population in Ward 11. I think now we are sitting at Ward 11 only. I'm still going to explain that the clinics you are talking about are not in Ward 11. They are not in Ward 11. So now in fact, the first clinic is in phase 3. In fact, in phase 1 and 2, which is Ward 22 that I mentioned in the petition. The other clinic, which is Retswelapil, it's in Ward 12. It's not in Ward 11. It's in Sharpeville. It's not in Sepiso. And then the third clinic, the main clinic, is in Ward 13, which is Ward 13. No, the one in Sharpeville. Yeah. There's another one in Sharpeville in Ward 13, and the other one is in Ward 3. Those are where the clinics are situated. But I want to come back to issues of Ward 11. Chair, it's unfortunate, sitting here as politicians, because all the time when issues are raised, politicians are always blamed that you don't want to serve the community, you don't convey the message that the community mandates that you have been given to put forward to either local, provincial, or national government. It's very, very, very sad, Chair, because clearly I've been listening to the responses of our officials. I worked with the officials before, I know. I even chaired
Wa itse ke batla re tseng, Mama Joyce. I don't want us to venture other spaces.
Okay.
I want us to focus on what is contained in the petition,
Okay,
which is
Chair.
a request
Let me do that.
for a clinic.
Let me do that.
All other extraneous
In
matters.
Ward 11, Chair.
Yeah,
In
correct.
Ward, yes.
Are dealing guide
I'm
clinic.
here, Chair. In Ward 11, I had, in fact, we have 6 squatter camps. They have their own names. I'm not going to mention the names. Phase 4 VD, we've got 1,500 units in Phase 4 VD only. In Phase 5 VD, we've got 1,000 units. And then in Steel Park, we've got 1,100 units. And then in Phase 3, which also falls under Ward 11, we've got about 906. I'm talking about households. I'm not talking about people that are staying there. We've got plus minus 11,000 people in a ward that doesn't have a single clinic. I know, Chair, that you want us to get finished with the petition. I don't want to lie. I'm very disappointed because I thought whoever that was responsible to do the work, to make sure the spade work that we're talking about, that was supposed to have been done, it should have been done by now. I have been communicating with the councillor. The petition is even in the RGP, he submitted it in the RGP, but it is not in the IDP. So you are saying we mustn't dwell into that. The long and short of my story is here. The geographical spread of the ward. It's important sometimes that when you compile a report, you do a walkabout, you do your site visits, so that you know exactly what you are talking about. I've got so much to say, but now that we run out of time, I have a 6th son that was sitting in the car since 10 o'clock this morning. He's sitting on his own. So I want to get finished with the petition as well. But there was...
Rona re batlo fetse, Mme Joyce. We want you to give us details. And you had
Okay.
started. You
Okay,
see,
Chair.
I was happy when you started to say, in this squatter camp, these are how many number of households. In this one, it's 960. We wanted you to go on.
Okay.
But focusing on what you raised in the petition.
Yeah.
Akere ereka thoma bua ka di RDP. Tse no sa di bua in the petition. Unfortunately, there's not going to be anybody to respond to that issue. Because rena re biditse lefapha or come and respond on why there's no clinic in Tshepiso. Akere. And in their response, they say, well, we don't think there's a need for a clinic because there's a number of clinics which are within the 5-kilometer radius, which are accessible. If you are disputing it, you must put it to them, right? We're disagreeing. Our people are suffering.
Okay, Chair.
They must walk long distances.
Let me go further.
This
then,
is
Chair.
what we wanted to do. So, Araleja, we have got ample time.
Let me go further. Hanyanyana fella, Chair. My then ward, which is Councillor Sfasa's ward now, we call it a developing ward. Each and every ward that has a housing problem, they bring everybody in our ward. The first load of people that was brought there was people from the Ward 15, the 21 people that were taken from an old hospital that burned, that they were staying there. The second load is people from Ward 45 that were staying in a plot in a farm that were removed from that farm. I was given a court order to say these people are coming to your ward. Just before I left, there were people that came from Ward 8 and Ward 22 that were brought into my ward. Chair, this is heartbreaking. In my ward, I think I've got more than 2,000 illegal immigrants. Within the squatter camps that I've mentioned here, there's one of an area that we call Lesotho. Because that is where Lesotho people are congested. They are congested there. I've just told you that I have a son that is sick, that is attending a clinic every Monday morning. Chair, the clinic, Chair, please let me continue. Let me continue. The congestion that you would find in that small, confined clinic in phase 1, phase 2, Ward 22, it's heartbreaking. I'm always there. You know, when I was a councillor, it was better because I would hear people saying that. But I'm there almost every Monday. The people from the illegal immigrants, they are all sick, they are there. Residents of the whole ward are there. Ward 22 clinic is the one that, because what even happens is that when you go to other clinics, when you mention that you are from Ward 11, they will always chase you away to say, go to Ward 22. We don't have space for you here. That is what happens. And the community will come and report to say, Councillor, and I have a sick mother, I have a sick granny. There are people that are taking, what we call this thing, chronic medication. Chair, it's a disgrace. It's a disgrace that we see. And we are disgraced to Rona as politicians to say, what are we elected for? Why are we there? So I don't want to politicize issues here, but I think I've given you a category of whatever that is happening in that ward. Congestion, yeah, the ward, maybe the radius part, the geographical spread maybe might be congested, but even the load of people that are staying there cannot be absorbed by that clinic. I don't know, Councillor.
Thank you very much. So what I hear you to be saying, and that the Malodan, is that the catchment population. So what Mama Joyce is raising is that, look, there may be other adjoining clinics within the 5-kilometer radius. But be that as it may, the catchment population is such that it overwhelms all of these clinics, such that the people of Ward 11, even when they undertake to go to these facilities, they usually find long queues, and as a result, they are returned back with no service. So possibly their petition seeks to suggest that isn't there a way that this issue can be remedied, either maybe through a delivery of another clinic, notwithstanding the fact that there may be other clinics within the 5-kilometer radius, or another outlet. It could be in a form of a mobile clinic to sort of mitigate against the congestion that they usually experience at the side of all of these clinics. So this is what Mama Joyce seems to be saying. Or this area is growing exponential, and the spillage into other areas, and it leaves the residents of Ward 11 vulnerable because they can't go anywhere. Because even when they want to go to Ward 22, there's also congestion there. This is what you are saying. I get Mama Joyce. Yeah.
Yes, Chair.
So, Layutra. Yeah. So I'm not sure how.
Chair.
Because it is a very serious issue. Maybe let me just give you a minute, and then allow the department to respond.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Chair, the clinic that former ward councillor mentioned it at Ward 22. Even a RDP forum it's bigger than that clinic. The clinic is too small. I was doing site visit last week. I'm the chairperson of health, of study group of health at Mfuleni. I was doing a site visit last week. They don't have offices there. They don't have wards. Even social work office, it's in the passage. they put him in the passage. They don't even have a storeroom where they store the medication. It's a small room like a toilet. When we pass at the clinic at around 5 o'clock in the morning, you will find a long queue there, and the clinic is open at 9 o'clock. But 5 o'clock, you will find people queuing there in the clinics. So we are requesting to department to assist what level, because what level is too big, Chair. It's too big. We have Steel Park, Phase 4, Phase 5, Phase 3. So we are requesting. Chair.
No, thank you very much. I think there's a lot of movement there by the door, and it's causing a lot of noise. Ne? But those who are at the door, reduce noise. Ne? Because we are within a meeting, we are in a meeting within a meeting. You are disturbed. So that the Malboro, I mean, this issue that is being raised, you know, there's a place called Lakeside in is it Midval? So Lakeside falls under Midval, isn't it? Didier. Eh? Didier. There's also a clinic like that where nurses can't privately consult with the patients. When it rains, it's a mess. You know, I'm not sure whether there's a thought plan. Maybe those those makeshifts, so that you sort of expand the facility in a way. It might be a temporary arrangement, you know, whilst you are looking into the options of whether you can roll out. There's a specific name for those park. Is it park homes? Park homes. Whether to address this issue, we can consider that, you know, in Ward 22. But that is not to say there would still not be any pressure in Ward 11. You know, this is just addressing what they are experiencing in Ward 22. Because in truth, I mean, those are the realities. Or how when they are supposed to be checked, there's no privacy, you know. So I'm not sure what your formulation is.
Well, thanks, Chair. I think you've summed it quite well. The biggest issue, you know, in our district, in many of our facilities, and not only the ones that they are referring to, it's the infrastructure that we have, which is very small. And what we are going to do in Ward 11 and those facilities surrounding the ones that they've mentioned in Ward 22, the small ones, we will put up prefab structures like we have done with Lakeside. Lakeside at the moment, you know, it's going to be transformed completely. There's already slabs that have been put up. I'm sure colleagues who live in the area can attest to that. We have put up a fence already as well. So those prefab structures and containers are going to, you know, give us capacity there. But not only in Lakeside, we are also looking at Mamello in the Val Marina side.
Ward 1.
Yes. We also have small farms, and you know, we have Osizweni as well, including, you know, work that we are doing in Boitumelo. So those are some of the facilities where we are increasing. But what we are agreeing on is that the 4 facilities that I've mentioned, they don't fall they are not within Ward 11. I think we must underline that. But when you look at the distances that have to be covered, it's still within the 5-kilometer radius. But we are conceding to the fact that we need to increase capacity in terms of expanding our structures in those existing clinics. So that's something that we will ensure that gets to be implemented almost immediately, just like how we have started with Lakeside. Thank you, Chair.
Do we maybe have an appreciation of the turnaround times? I know it's not an easy undertaking, you know, but maybe just to allay their anxiety that there will be some work towards that end to cause for the expansion of existing facilities, you know. Maybe if we can just give an indication of what the timelines, what we are working towards, so that it's not just an indefinite issue, you know, that we leave to chance.
Yeah, so I think let us say that before the end of this year, before end of December, I will send a team which will do the scan properly together with the colleagues. I will take their details right now so that, you know, even work that needs to be done there can be informed by what we would have, you know, identified and seen on the ground as priority as well. So it's work that we will be able to start before the end of the financial year. So it means before end of March next year, we would have started work. Because some of this work we're not necessarily doing using resources from government, but we have partners, you know, who are committed to assist us in as far as this work is concerned. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so we're going to do this. Kana go na councillor ma?
Councillor Sifatsa.
Ma?
Sifatsa.
Sifatsa. Yes. Okay. So you go bare ndate mal bro wena le councillor because you are all a public representative. There's no reason why you can't conversate. Again, so lo exchange the number, we time it. If by the end of the year there's nobody that comes, you alert me. Again, I'm also going to give you my number. I will also give. So it's a triangular relations. Again, you get his number. When he doesn't fulfill his commitments, you call me. I subpoena him. Again. And I don't subpoena, hey, Romo Grilla. Again, it's sharp arrangement. End that the malbo. It's sharp. We change the number, fella, and then we follow through. Again. Okay, so that is how we're closing it. Again. So thank you very much. You may step off. Thank you very much to the team health as well as the municipality. I think we're going to break for lunch. Who members is? If you can, something as we break for lunch. These gadgets, they remain inside the hall. Again, if you live with it, crime. Again, so they remain inside the wall. We break for lunch. We are going to do 30 minutes. We are going to do a 30 minutes lunch. I'm not sure what is the arrangement. You must remain seated. I think they are going to serve you lunch whilst you are still here. Who's announcing the arrangement? Members is again. Where is she? What's the arrangement? Just remain seated where you are so that we can get an announcement on that arrangement.
Thank you, Chair. I'm audible. Yes. The member of a community. Yes. We'll request the member of the community to go to the window and collect food and come back here. And then with the authorities and the committee will go, we have a room, the other side. We'll show you.
So, Udwala Mbele. Again. Lilo tswa ka di road tsa lona go morao lo starta go morao ka di road again. Re sa thulane again. Yeah. Good. So 5, row la tswa hona le window mo lona le glass window la collector, you come back to the venue again. Ale tsamaya ke was still busy again. Ale ga tsamaya le rena ra tsamaya akere ha le tsamaya le rena ra tsamaya. Thank you very much. We are going to start Ndates in Piwe. Ndates in Piwe. We are going to start first with the billing one. Inflated billing mid-val. Because I've requested the speaker, there isn't anybody from mid-val to speak on that issue. So the speaker has got some idea, but we'll engage with it. And then immediately thereafter, we take this Trello. I think there's about 3 petitions related to Trello. Am I lying? Yeah. And there's about 3. Then we take those ones. So let's call Ndade Joseph Mukoto. Ndade Joseph, if you can sit over there. And then the speaker is okay over there. And then let's quickly do the summary.
Thank you, Chair. As we indicated, we'll go to inflated billing, mid-val, registration PP01C, 1020LO, and the petitioner is Mr. Joseph Mukoto, an adult male who resides at 7 Railway Road. The petitioner states that prior to him going on pension in 2015, he would honor payments for municipal bills. Thereafter, after he became a pensioner, it became cumbersome for him to pay municipal rates. He explained that municipal rates were averaging at 600 in 2015, and that currently water charges at average of 2,500, which is a startling 400% increase. He draws implication on how the municipality has constantly been increasing the value of his property, wittingly to increase water charges which are exorbitant. He alleges that he brought the matter to the attention of the municipality. However, his matter was not attended to. The petition was adopted and referred to Mid-Val municipality in November on the 3rd, 2020. The municipality then submitted a report on the 28th of July 2021, which the petitioner disputes. Hence, the matter is now before the committee for engagement. Thank you.
So thank you very much for the summary. Ndate Mukoto, ke yona summary ya petition le re submitetseng yona. Can you confirm it? Formally on the mic. Can just press there. Okay. You can confirm.
Yeah.
Ogana confirm or you confirm the contents ya di petition summary.
Yona ke yona mara fela yona o kwa ke a gale haholo. So hona jesi se ke patala 3,600 3,800 per month.
Okay.
And then include ya ka se ke patala include tso tsa ka tseo di patala 1,400. Metsi kwa patala 1,200. So batho ba bang be ke dula le bona ba patala bo ma 900, ba bang ba patala bo ma 1,000. O tsho nna ka dintlo tso tsa ka tseo a ke patala dintlo tso tsa ka tseo tse 2 ke feta batho ba motho o iwane ka bo 3,000 di dintlo fela le metsi ntse ke feta motho o iwane ka 2,000 o mong ka 3,000.
Okay. So thank you very much.
So tšhelete ke patala masepala kaofela ha ke calculate e etsa bo 60,000 ka 12 months.
Okay.
Bo ma 65,000.
All right. No, re le buile Ntate Mukoto. A hope Councillor Allen I hope you will have had the variation from Ndate Mokotso, because he says, well, this petition, because it's a bit old, obviously there has been increases over time. So whereas in the actual petition it will say 2.5, he's now paying 3,000, and then for water he's paying 1.2, and then for other rates it's 1.
Property ke 1,400. Let's say the intends to get better about money 500, only 500 to 400.
Yeah. So there has been that upward variation since then and now. But I want to lament, I want to start off, and I know you are there, which I really want to appreciate. But I'm quite worried because when we receive petitions, we refer them to relevant authorities. And of course, if it's a municipality will be structured into different departments and so on. But the anomaly here is that we don't have anybody, coming from this specific unit or department that ordinarily deals with billing across the board, Whilst we appreciate you sitting over there giving an indication that you may possibly attempt to respond, the limitation then becomes, what if there are questions beyond what comes from the petition? You may not necessarily be in a position to respond to that, and neither will you be in a position to even make commitments in respect of those specific units. We think that, that is quite a worrying. It's not something that we easily condone. We actually don't condone it whatsoever. Because when we invite people to appear before the committee, it's exactly that. They are not doing us a favor, they are accounting. And the basis of the work that we do, it's anchored on the legislation, which is the Petitions Act, And even the Petitions Act draws its powers from the Constitution, That there needs to be platforms, there needs to be public fora to enable the residents of a specific province or the citizenry of our country to be heard. Now, seemingly when somebody does not appear before a committee, even when they are invited, they are actually undermining of the work that the committee does. And so we would want you, as the speaker of Midval, going back, to impress upon this point that we really take exception to departments having been invited to appear before us. Because we don't do this job because we are bored. We are less likely to be bored. We have got so much. And as you will see, this is a multi-party committee. So you've got members of the ANC, members of the DA, members of the EFF, and so on. So we really all take this work quite seriously. And I'm sure you will have made an observation that in the previous petitions that we dealt with, we did mention that we are not friends with anybody who comes to give an account of the petitions that are referred to them, So I just thought this is something that may need to be communicated to the councillors who are responsible for specific functions and programs in the Midval municipality. Because the impression that gets created is that we don't care about the plight of the people based on the issues that have been raised. So I thought you might be the relevant person to relay this message to. That in future, we would want the relevant, senior managers in specific departments or it could even be an MMC, or it could even be a municipal manager. Because even in a municipal council, there are delineations of roles. So you as the speaker can be likened to us as the legislature. You know, so you can't be the executive whilst at the same time, you know, you are being the legislature, because if you will, the office of the speaker is the legislature in a way. So we just thought we confer with you our concerns that we may need to correct them, you know, going forward. But be that as it may, we really also want to thank you for stepping in, for trying to assist the process. You can imagine how bad it might have been if you were not here. It was going to look very bad. So seemingly, you have rescued the day by your presence, together with the Councillor Marianne. So that is the content of the petition. I'm sure you will have heard, as I will have earlier indicated, the variations. Because where it might say 2.5, it's now 3,000. And then the water and other such services have also been increased. So there is that lamentation that there seems to be somewhat of an overbilling, which is not explained. So hopefully you might be in a position to shed some light around the computation of the billing structure. So over to you, Councillor Speaker. I'm not even sure what to call you, you know, because ordinarily I'm supposed to say to you, Honorable Speaker. But because you are sitting in the hot seat, you forfeit that position. You are a councillor. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, today I'm the dishonorable speaker, I guess. Chairperson, firstly, thank you for your words. I do accept what you say. It's embarrassing for me to come and have to sit here without having anybody from finance at Midval being with me. I expected to find somebody here when I arrived today.
Maybe if we can request, I'm sorry to do that. Maybe if we can just request, because you know, the echo around the hall consumes our voices. So if you can just maybe speak closely to the mic a bit so that the audience can hear you.
I'll do that, Honorable Chairperson. Is that better? Thank you. Honorable Chairperson, I was saying that I thank you for your words. You're quite correct. And it's exactly because I take this process and my job seriously that I am sitting here before you today. When I arrived today, I expected to find somebody from finance to address this issue here. I didn't find any person, and I haven't been able to locate any person or find out why that is the case, so I can only apologize to you and to the members of the community who are here to hear these petitions. So I thought it incumbent upon myself to come and sit and try and address the issue, because I do take these things seriously. Chairperson, as regards the increases, I have only heard about those now as I sat here. So up until now, all I had before me was the petition as it was submitted at the time. When I read the petition, Chairperson, it reads as follows, and I was a little puzzled by it. The petitioner is Mr. Joseph Makotso, an adult male who resides at 7 Railway Road, Noldik, 1961. The petitioner states that prior to him going on pension in 2015, he would honor payment for municipal bills. After he became a pensioner, it became cumbersome for him to pay municipal rates bills. He explained that municipal rates were averaging at 600 Rand in 2015, but currently water charges average at 2,500, which is a startling 400% increase. Now, I had an issue with that statement first, sir, because the one amount relates to rates and taxes and the other relates to water. Now, I wasn't sure whether we were talking about water or the rates and taxes amount. He says he draws implication on how municipality has constantly been increasing the value of his property, wittingly, in other words, on purpose, to increase the water charges. exorbitantly. He alleged that he brought the matter to the attention of the municipality, however, his matter was not attended. Sadly, I wasn't at the municipality at the time he brought it there, so I can't answer to that part of it. But I did want to understand or explain that it seems like there's a misunderstanding. The rates is an amount that is calculated based on the value of the property. Property values are adjusted every 5 years. One employs a valuator who comes out and does a valuation on all properties, and whatever that property value comes out to, the rates are based on that according to a formula. Now, it doesn't matter whether your property is worth 200,000 Rand or 20 million Rand, the formula is the same. You say that you pay the same amount per Rand, no matter what the value is. So if the value of your property has increased over that time, your rates will accordingly go up. And all properties increase over time unless there's something seriously wrong. The water account is based on the billing on your meter itself. Now, I've got no information here anywhere to indicate that you actually approached anybody to ask to check your meter. So I'm not sure whether that has happened. The answer that I did get, and the papers I have before me indicate that the account was checked. In fact, the lady in finance who sent this particular email says she's gone through the history of the account and she does not see any increase besides the annual changes in tariffs and charges in consumption. I've attached the history for ease of reference. The document that I received from province indicates that the municipality submitted a report on the petition on 28 July 2021. I have not been able to find that particular report. I don't know whether the committee has it before them, but because I was unable to locate that report before today. So at this point in time, Chairperson, I can't address the issue of the increases other than the fact that the property value has gone up, therefore the rates will go up accordingly. But I would certainly request the petitioner to submit an application to council for indigency or for a pensioner, because if he's unable to pay, we have a process that addresses that, and then he can have indigency rates or petitioner's rates applied to him. And I'm sure that would alleviate a lot of the burden if he has, provided he qualifies. There are certain qualifying criteria there. But in any event, sir, I invite you to come to my office and show me your accounts, the accounts you received from Midwell, and I will personally take it up and go and verify that what is on those accounts is correct. More than that, at this point in time, Chairperson, I'm not able to do because I don't have the assistance here of anyone else. But that is the situation as I understand it, and I think it's the best proposal I can make at this point in time. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So thank you very much, Councillor Allen. We truly appreciate that. But well, there was a report that was flagged. I'm not so sure why you were taking it off, because I want us to go through. So this is the report that we previously received. Go down, because I want us to read. Wait, I beg Arla Java. Receipt of your petition dated 3rd November 2020 and received by the Office of the Speaker on the 22nd of June 2021 in connection with the above matter is acknowledged. In this regard, it is important to note that the petition was forwarded to an email address that is inoperable. Hence, the municipality was not aware of such until the matter was brought to the municipality's attention on the 22nd of June by the Office of the Premier. Nonetheless, the municipality swiftly reacted. And what is happening? There's a glitch. Are we now being load shed? Do we have it there? Okay, I'll read it for you so that. Nonetheless, the municipality swiftly reacted through the finance department and responded to the Office of the Premier with the relevant information pertaining to the matter. The municipal manager also provided formal response to the office of the speaker highlighting the following. The municipality notes from the issue that the complainant could be falling within the pensioners category and as such would qualify for indigent registration if his or her economic profile meets the indigent policy guidelines of the municipality. Number two, the municipality follows processes outlined in the Municipal Finance Management Act as well as the Municipal Systems Act when applying tariff adjustments annually when tabling the budget. Therefore, the allegation of a 400% decrease is not plausible. Mid-Val residents are encouraged to use internal resolution mechanisms, which includes the Mid-Val call center. The call center is able to issue the complainant a reference number which allows the municipality to follow up on outstanding matters. Therefore, I'm satisfied that the municipality's actions pertaining to the matter was at all times transparent and in accordance with the prescripts of promoting good governance as well as in compliance with the mandate that the public administration must be governed by the democratic values and principles enshrined from the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Accordingly, and in line with the relevant provisions of the Constitutions of the Republic of South Africa, the services provided by the municipality were provided impartially, fairly, equitably, and without bias. Further, the municipality at all times endeavors and duly fosters transparency by providing the public with timeous, accessible, and accurate information. Should you seek information or clarity in relation to the response pertaining to the petition, kindly contact the office of the Speaker on 016-360-7680 or the Petitions Office. I trust that the above is in order. I'm not sure. Alderman, so this was signed by you. So this is, or the previous speaker. Oh, so the previous speaker will have authored this report. So essentially what is being said here in that day, Mokodzo, is that in your case, the municipality is of the view that you may have to follow a process to be registered as an indigent. And ordinarily the policy, well, I don't know the contents of the policy. You know, they differ from one municipality to the other. But ordinarily what the policy looks into is your financial standing. Or are you able to foot the bill? So there is a criteria, you know. And hence our speaker was indicating that you may have to either be assisted in this thing, right? Yeah, that thing, because so essentially what the speaker was saying was that you may need to look into this policy and then commence a process of applying for indigency, so that application will be considered and a determination would be made. Unfortunately, we can't preempt what the outcome of the application would be, you know. So we can only follow through only when you have applied, so that these issues are attended to. But secondly, the municipality refutes. And you see, the limitation of the report, Councillor Speaker, is that it doesn't go into the actualities of those, you know, computed amount. It doesn't venture that space. It only just says this assertion of the 400% is not plausible. I thought maybe it might have missed the point in taking us through what the actual billing should be and what it is. You see, as against the version that is being presented in the petition itself. You see, so there isn't much to go on the account of the report which has been given, because the previous speaker says, I'm satisfied with what the department will have given me. But unfortunately, we don't know what the department will have given him or her because we don't have that document with us for us to be able to interrogate whether then, at the time, the 2.5 was reasonable or unreasonable. I thought maybe they would do analytics of an amount, you know, and looking into the value of the property. You know, I would have also been happy if the municipality was saying, this is the current value of this property. And this is how much is due insofar as municipal rates and taxes. But unfortunately, that information is not in the report. So the only feature is that the 400% is not plausible. But we don't know what is the content of the resolve to arrive at that determination. Unfortunately, we can't account for it, you know. So what I would want to suggest, Councillor, is that maybe we may need to have a detailed report. And this is notwithstanding the other part about possibly assisting the Democrats to follow through, you know, the application as an indigent. But we are also bearing in mind that it may possibly happen that the application may not be a success, you know. And what happens in that instance? It means you still then have got to correct the issue around the billing, you know. So this issue does not tie just on the account of him registering to be recognized that is an indigent. So what I would have wanted to suggest is that we get a much more comprehensive report with the granular details around the incongruencies, the inconsistencies, if you will, between what is being alleged, because for the time being, we'll treat it as an allegation, because we don't know the structural computation of your municipal bill and rates, and neither do we know the value of the property or the properties, because there's mention of 2 properties, isn't it? So up until we know and get that information, we obviously are going to be limited. You see, we're obviously going to be limited. What will further assist in the Democrats? I'm not sure. Yeah, we just want to check whether you had given us attachments. I'm not sure. If you remember, had you given us attachments or you have them? Okay. So maybe if you can give us those attachments so that we can also show the speaker what you are referring to. What might also assist, because you know, comparative analysis also helps. So where there's a property of a similar value threshold, they may not necessarily be exactly the same, but similar value thresholds, so that we can draw comparison between your one and the others. You will find it's going to make our lives quite easy. So I'm not so sure on the Demagogo whether you may still want to come in. Oh, here, I think we have got them. We have got them. We see you were paying at ShopRite, isn't it? You were paying at ShopRite. The one that we have says 2493, 2,493. Ne? And this was in 2019, October. That was then. And then there's another one on Pick and Pay. This one says 2,960. 2,960. And there's another one, which is 2019 as well. Well, there's refuse, there's residential properties, there's water consumption. It all amounts to 4,373. Okay, so we'll hand over the copies. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, we are going to hand over the copies. Yeah. So we'll hand over all of these copies so that you can also apply yourselves as against the value of the property. I'm not sure whether other members may want to also come in, members of the committee. Member
Thank you,
Lutwa.
Chair. You know, there are a lot of factors that can cause all those problems for Ntate Mokotso, because as he was presenting, there's still other tenants that he's having, Ntate Mokotso. And that may affect your billings as well. Ntate Mokotso, o itse o na le bahiri ka jareteng a ke?
Mama, ke na le bahiri ka jareteng.
Okay.
Ke na le bona.
Eh.
And then nako nngwe ha ba yo bahiri, nako nngwe ba teng. O tla thola nako nngwe ba ho shota ba ke ba 8, o tla thola ho shota ba 3. Wa bona?
Eh.
So, ntse ke patala 600 ntse ba le teng. Ntse ba le 81. Wa bona? And then nka o etsetsa example go batho bana ba mpone ba. Ka October ke patetse tšhelete ka le ka 2,000. Wa bona? 500. Ke patetse 2,000, abe ka patala le 1,500. Ba itse ke a patala. And then ke na le sleepy mo. Ba na o mfa tšhelete e ba ntšhatšhileng yona go ke a patala. Ba na o mfa ena bag. Ba re na sleepy sky. Nna be ke botsa gore na ke sena sleepy nka se itole. Ntse ke tseba go se teng. Wa bo?
Ke a leboga.
Be ke ba bontsha sona go sleepy ke sena se teng. Ha ba mfa tšhelete ya ka. Na ba itse ba ntšhatšhile ka October ba ntšhatšhile 108. For wa ke a patana ba ngoletse le lengolonyana le green nyana so la gore ga ke a patala.
Ke a leboga Ntate Mokotso. Ntho e ke batlang ho lemosa yona ke hore o tlo applyela indigent. A ke re wa gola modende ntate? Ha o so gole modende.
Yeah.
Jaanong ntho tse jwalo ha o na le tšhelete ntse kena e ngata ke mo e tlatlang e kopakopanya. Mara nevertheless, Chairperson, maybe what you've just alluded to, there must be some investigations that must take place towards that. Thank you so much, Chair.
So I was sorry, Mona, nentse ke patala batho bana ke sena mathata. Wa bona? Bona se ba mpatadisa ke patala ba fa 5,000 e ke na account ya bona batho. 5,500 e ke ba fa yona. Mola ha e sale ha ka se le a bona. Okay.
No, Chair.
Mola e sale ha ka nna ke sana ntlo ke a bona. Ai kopanya le electric 5,500 nna ke na ntlo. Ke rutse fela mo.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
It's
okay. It's okay. Are there another member? Let's take another member.
No, thanks, Chair. I think, Honorable Speaker, as the successor-in-law of the previous speaker, should take it upon himself to go and investigate what are the challenges with regards to this account and possibilities and processes of applying for the petitioner on the indigent policy. Maybe all what we need, Chair, it's a commitment from the Speaker in terms of how long can it take for him to investigate this account and give us feedback. Then we can feed back to the petitioner. But also, in terms of what will be needed for him to apply as an indigent so that it covers him because he's no longer working. Thanks, Chair.
Maybe let's take that cue. Ne? So, when do you think he can come into your offices?
Chairperson, I'm going to say Friday of this week. I undertook in my initial address that if he came in, I would do the investigation. I have the records here on my computer on that account from 2006 until 2021. It doesn't have the last year, so I would need to get that. And that shows all the receipts up to that stage that I've got recorded here. So it would be a simple matter to record these against the receipts he's got, just to compare the two, as you said, a comparative analysis. So he's welcome to come and see me. A Monday afternoon, please, not in the morning, because I'm always committed on Monday mornings, but Monday afternoon I'll be available, or Friday morning, either one of the two, whichever suits him. And I can let you have a report by next Friday week, the
So
9th of December.
We will do. We are going to assign you to go into the offices with Ntate Mokonzo. On Friday, you said. Friday. For this matter to be looked into, there's a sitting. Okay. There's a legislature sitting. I had forgotten about that. So Ntate Mokonzo, o tla kgona ho ya only one ko officing ya speaker. O tla kgona ho ya? Okay. And then how o tswa ko teng o kry-ile bothata ke re o tla re botsa.
Okay.
Yeah, how re boditse e le hore o nnile le matshwenyeho, you tell us. Yeah, you know what the problem is? There's a legislature sitting, so we're unable to avail ourselves. But it's not a train smash. You go on Friday, they look into these issues. When you are not satisfied, you can come back to me. I will share with you my number. Okay. I will share with you my number so that immediately I can follow up the issue. So if we can do that. But secondly, we are still going to request that report, the detailed report, including the detailed report. So can we agree on that approach? Ntate Mokonzo, can we agree on that approach?
Yeah.
Radumellana ke?
Yeah.
Or Friday, you are going to go into the office of the speaker.
Yeah.
They will look into your issue. Again.
Yeah.
Uskwa panic awana normal.
I keep panic.
Yeah, you must go there. Again. Yeah, you are mandated by us to go there. Yeah, again. Are we agreeable, colleagues, members? Okay. So we have agreed on that one. Please make it easier for him to come into your office. Can we do that?
It's not difficult, sir.
Yeah. Because I know other people might be anxious or hey, I'm going there alone. So if the environment can be welcoming, people must not use technical jargon when he's there. They must break it down for him. Simplify it. Make it easier for him to understand the billing process. And that's exactly the report that I'm calling for. Again, yeah, because he's still going to give us a report on his experience in going into your office. But I don't have any doubt, because you are the speaker. You know, speakers very decorous in their standing. So I've got no doubt, Councillor Marianne, will you also assist? Yeah, I would appreciate if you can do that. And then we'll follow up. Again, where you encounter problems, you dial me. I'm like 911. You hear me? Yeah. Where you encounter difficulties, I'm like 911. I'm going to be there in Mayate in a jiffy. Yeah. So thank you very much. Okay.
Oh, so my team, look, my team is going to go with you so that you are not alone. So measure bala. Tsa number ndate Mogonzo. Tsa number ya ndate Chao, ya measure. Mara usko efa wana wa mushimana ke. Ai lo rona le. E mo fefela number le chenchane, they are going to accompany you, ne? Thank you very much. Let's go to the next round of petitions. So we're going to take 3 petitions at a go. Get some sicelo again. I know sicelo has always had challenges. Again. Bala etse dintlu. Le na le dintlu and di flat again. Yeah, Halare lo ana ntho ya sicelo. Okay, so re batla mme Asiphe Mbobo. Re batla le mme Kamogelo Mabilo. Re batla le ntate Dumisane Makhubu ba kae? Dumisane Makhubu. Le mme Kamogelo Mabilo. Le mme Asiphe ke Mbobo or Mbobo? Eh? Eh? Oh, Moho. Oh, I got there's a spelling error because here it says Mbobo. Ke Moho. Asiphe ke man. Eh? Oh, Asiphe ayo. Okay. Ikitsi sing releasing gore ke bo mang?
Timea, ki Lerato Mokoena, ki emetse ntate Dumisane.
Umama Xaba, nimela ma block 1 emafulethini.
Dumela, ke Sibusiso Innocent Didiza ngumele uDumisane Makhubu.
Dumelang ke Kamogelo Mabilo, block 2.
Where are the people who wrote this petition? So thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much for assisting. Truly appreciate. Bagay, Bomme, Mbobo, Dumisane, where are they?
Ntate Dumisane William 17.
Oh, William 17.
Asiphe o mo maternity leave.
Oh, okay, because I get Ronald Letzabona. Okay, so thank you very much. Let's, who are you there? If we can introduce yourselves.
Thanks, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. My name is Sipho Cechwaya from the Department of Human Settlement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to everyone. All protocols observed. My name is Kagiso Rasepai. I'm from Midvaal Local Municipality.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Farero Rabsinga. I'm from Department of Human Settlement. Thanks. Yes, from the province.
Midvaal.
So we are going to take the 3 summaries, ne? And then let us confirm it again. So let's quickly take the summaries.
Thank you, Chair. The first one is structural issues, Sikelo Flats, Block 1, PP 27B 0821 LOHS. The petitioner is Mrs. Asiphe Mbobo, an adult female residing at 56 Block 1, Sikelo Flats in Mayerton, who's submitting on behalf of the residents of Block 1. The petition alleges that the first and second floor units of the block are experiencing unexplainable leakages on the walls, which have caused a mold that damages furniture, globes, and curtains. She also alleges that all the water meters in the units are leaking, which is frustrating, as they must switch the meters on and off throughout the day to avoid water spillage and waste. The window frames are not secure, nor do the fire extinguishers in all the floors of the block have water for emergencies as per her allegations. Furthermore, she alleges that there are always floods inside the units of the first floor whenever it rains. These issues were raised with the developer when he was still on site, but nothing was done to remedy the situation. The petition was then adopted and referred to Mid-Val at the Department of Human Settlements on the 2nd of September 2021. The second one is titled Structural Deficiencies, Sicelo Flats, Block 2, registration PP28B0821LUHS. The petitioner in this instance is Mrs. Kamuhelo Mabilo, on adult female side, the 13, Block 2, Sicelo Flats in Mayerton, submitting also on behalf of the residents of Block 2. The petitioner alleges that the residents of Block 2 at Sicelo Flats have severe plumbing issues, which the contractor has tried numerous times to fix, but the problem persists. She also alleges that the leakages in the top floors of the block affect the bottom floors as the water leaks right through the ceilings. She further alleges that the walls of the bathrooms are always wet, which have over the time changed color to black. In some units of the block, the water always comes out dirty and the residents must get water from outside the building. Furthermore, she alleges that there are excessive floods inside some of the units when it rains, which damages the furniture of the residents as well as the structure of the building. The petition was also referred to Mid-Val and Gauteng Department of Human Settlements on the 2nd of September 2021. Structural issues, Sicelo Flats, Block 3, registration PP26B0821LUHS. The petitioner is Mr. Dumisani Makubo, also submitting on behalf of the residents of Block 3. The petitioner alleges that Block 3 of Sicelo Flats, which were recently built and allocated, has ongoing plumbing issues as well, which started in June 2020. He further alleges that the situation has since escalated as most of the houses have burst geysers, which have affected the walls in the bathrooms. The walls have since turned black due to the leakage that stems from the burst geyser. He also alleges that there is now a strong stench in the bathrooms that spreads throughout the houses. And in addition, he alleges that there are no doors at some of the bathrooms at the said houses in the block, nor do they have hot water even though there is a geyser installed. Furthermore, he alleges that most of the balcony walls are loose and they fear that it might cause an accident in the future. The petition was also referred to Mid-Val and the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements on the 2nd of September, and there was a report also submitted to that effect. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, so those are the three petitions. So maybe let's start with who's here on behalf of Asipe? Can you confirm formally? Yeah, confirm formally or everything is in order. We will now want you to confirm. Unless I confirming, we can proceed.
Okay. Ngibabulisa bonke abasemagunyeni. Yebo, mina ngumamqaba ngizokhuluma on behalf of Asipe eBlock 1.
You are confirming. We just want you to confirm.
Ngiyaconfirm ngoba nami ngihlala khona eBlock 1.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Let's go to Kamogelo. Are you confirming?
Yes, I confirm.
Okay. Let's go to Kanagema. You are standing on behalf of Dumisana again?
Yeah.
Confirm?
Yes, I confirm.
Thank you very much. So, the issues are the same. It's really just about the structural integrity of those flats. I get it. Or we have delivered these flats. Can I get an in 2020? Already there are cracks, leakages, balcony walls. There are all these major issues. So, Sipo, are you the one responding?
Thanks, Chair. The acting regional head of Sidibeng, Farelo, will deliver the report for 3 petitions. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Do we have the report there? Can we flag the report? Thank you very much. Laibona, good report. So is this report inclusive of everything? Okay. Let's go through the report.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Just to give a bit of a background, this project was commissioned in 2020. Okay, yeah, I was saying that the report was commissioned in, the project was commissioned in 2020 as an ABT building method, which is alternative building technology. It's not a normal brick and mortar. It was actually one of the first in the department to be done. However, after completing the project, that's where some of the issues as raised by the petitioners were also reflected. Upon receiving those issues, we immediately summoned the contractor or the developer who was responsible for the construction, as it was within a year, and we still held a retention that was supposed to be released after a year. And the contractor immediately came on site. We visited the site with the structural engineer, NHPRC, ourselves as a department, including the municipality. And we also received the report from the structural engineer that actually the structural integrity of the buildings, or 3 blocks, is still sound. The only issue was the plumbing issues. That's why there were so many leaks, which were the geysers leaking and most of the pipes leaking. And when they leaked through the walls and caused damage to the walls. And as I said, the contractor was immediately summoned back on site to fix those leakages and repair the walls. All the balcony walls were actually repaired. And the contractor concluded all those works by the first week, or I think it was the first or second week of October 2022. Thank you, Chair.
I go zoom in and I'm like, something, right? So this is a, so this is the acknowledgement. Can you see this report?
Yes, Chair.
So you acknowledged that this company attended to these things,
Yes, I acknowledge.
but the problem still persisted.
Now the problem is maintenance. Because of plumbing, because of ABT, plumbing it's a makarole board. I get a rat about why it's a after 2 years of a bad problem. So how na le bad problem over leakage. Now to maintain the place it's a problem because I can maintain the place on my highly hag. Unlike if kinikinali normal RDP, kunuto ba better or ke fix that plumbing problem. Now the problem has been resolved, but the leakage is banteng now. Kids banteng because of blockage, maybe a drain somehow. But how do I fix it because of plumbing? It's a makarole board, and I system and when I pull out says and I technology encha and individually doing that we cannot compromise the structure itself. So right now balukisitse plumbing from 2020 re thotse intse na le problems. So the problems they need to ba di fixitse Herocon, but now we have a problem of maintenance. Who is supposed to maintain the place? Because as residents, we cannot maintain the place while the place, it is an ABT project. It is difficult for us to maintain it, unlike if it was a normal building.
Okay, thank you very much. I think there we've heard from one of the tenants on the issues of maintenance. I just want to check, is there anybody from the department, from the municipality that would want to just respond as to how these matters are being dealt with? And then after that I'll open for committee members.
Okay, thank you, Chair. We do understand the issue of maintenance on the building. I would like to respond as follows, Chair, that we have a section within the department that is actually dealing with the areas like this where there are flats, like to deal with your communal spaces and all that. Unfortunately, from our side, we were not ready for that, and we didn't bring the right people who can respond on the progress so far. But we know that there are people who are dealing with that, as there is an issue of either handing over the buildings to the municipality or the department continuing with the maintenance. But at this point, I cannot give a full information. Thanks, Chair.
Anybody else? Okay, maybe just to say, I mean, if one looks at the 3 petitions here, they're all the same flats, all have the same problems, all newly built. So at what stage are residents expected to maintain? Up until what stage does the department maintain these flats? Because these flats, I would imagine, were built by provincial human settlements. So how long do you maintain these flats for, and at what stage are residents expected to take over the maintenance? Can you just give us a sense of that? Because certainly the indication has been given that the one thing was fixed and another thing goes wrong, and it sounds like that perhaps there was no proper quality control that was being undertaken either while the flats were being constructed or when they were finished. So who is liable for this maintenance? Is it the contractor who built it? Just give us that sense.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. What happened is that after completion of the building, I said that we held a retention of about 10% because the contractor was supposed to be responsible for the maintenance for a period of 12 months. So we didn't release that money until all those maintenance issues that were there were fixed. However, after that, as I said, the department other section that is responsible for that. They are busy with something like your body corporate type of setup. However, as I said, I cannot give much report on that because that will be the one determining the maintenance going forward, how the maintenance will be done. Maybe just to give a bit of an example, it might be the same as how the hostels are being treated, where they appoint a contractor that is responsible for maintenance for a period of either 3 years or something like that. But there is other section that is actually looking into that. Thanks, Chair.
Members, can I check for members? Anything that you would want to raise? Member Peach, I did see your hand earlier. Then I'll take Member Mabunda afterwards. Member Peach.
Thank you, Acting Chair. In a previous life, I used to build houses, and I'm also a qualified professional project manager. And I want to address this to the department directly. Your sole function is to evaluate and to ensure a quality project. The physical building of the structure is given over to a contractor. Now, it's quite clear from all the petitions that we've seen that there was a massive dereliction of duty from the Department of Housing and Settlement in this regard. There was clearly no oversight to how the construction process was going on. My question to you is maybe twofold. Firstly, what has the department done to improve their project management in this regard, to have a look at quality control during the construction process? And secondly, is the department happy with the mitigation that the contractor brought into place? The question that it relates to whether or not the department is actually happy with how the contractor rectified the situation. Because my concern is, it sounds as if, some work was done after a 12-month period, and now everybody's washing their hands of the situation. But those people have to live in those houses for the next 20 or 30 or 40 years. And it doesn't sound as if the construction was of a high quality to allow that to actually happen. So if you can answer me those two questions. Firstly, how has the department changed how they deal with contractors and the quality control during the building process? And secondly, whether or not the department is currently happy with this contractor's mitigation and correction of this issue.
Okay, I'm back.
Sorry, Chair, then we'd recognize Member Mabunda afterwards.
Okay.
Thanks.
Maybe, yeah.
No, thanks, Chair. I think we might be tempted to go on and on. My approach will be, let's rather ask the petitioners if at any stage after their petition has the issues that are mentioned in the petition been resolved. If yes, then it's a different thing altogether. Then we can deal with these other issues of retention from the service provider who constructed the project, and what was the time period of their maintenance, because other than that, it's a different thing. The maintenance, as he's putting it, whether there will be a service provider to do maintenance on as and when basis, it's also a different thing altogether. What's important though is the issues that has been raised in the petition, were they resolved or are they resolved? If no, then we need to get an approach to it. If yes, then it's also a different thing altogether. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're asking a relevant question, Mama Bunda. I had to step off. I had a bit of an emergency there. So I must apologize for that. I also wanted to know the same thing. Were those issues addressed? All of them? I get when I was walking out, you were saying we signed because those matters were addressed, but there's the issue of maintenance. So only issue of maintenance.
Yes.
But those issues are addressed.
The issue ya di leak, according to our knowledge, I get knowledge ya rona re di residents. According to ere tsebang ya hore di leaks tse di nile teng, tse di ne re di thotse di le teng because of plumbing ene sa etsuwa hantle. Di lokisitswe to at the best of our knowledge and the construction company ka mokgo e buang ka teng ene re bona le rona because re ne tsamaya unit to unit before ha re ne ngola lengolo le I was just part of the member ya community. Then this year I became one of committee members a councillor. So we engaged with the contractor and said, "Tla re dule fatshe re bone hore re ka e sebetsa jwang because di affect rona more than anyone." So we sat down with her a qala sebetsa le rona daily a re bontsha ha batho ba gagwe ba sebetsa checking hore ntho tse tlamileng ba di fixe ba ya di fixa. So now that is why re ke di issues tsa di maintenance because leaks di santse di le teng mare tse ding ke tsa di bat tse ding ke tsa di zinc tse ding ke tsa eng. So those leaks tse di teng ke maintenance e etsuwa jwang.
Mara tsa lona akere ba
Tse re di thotseng tsona ba di lokisitse.
gore ke batlo dila ka tsa lona as petitioners.
Yes.
Yeah, tsa lona they have been addressed.
The geyser has been addressed le tsona di leaks tse di addressed.
Okay.
Yes.
No problem. So what is the Sipho? Hey, language evades me because I know you use a technical jargon. Retention time frame. What was it after delivery of the project? What was the retention period? 1 year.
months, yes, 12 months.
Okay. So it has now reached its peak. I get dilo tse ke tsane in 2020. 2020 ne? So and then because I'm trying to understand where the maintenance thing comes from. Was there ever a commitment that at the end of that period, the retention period, the department would still facilitate maintenance? I just want to check. I hope I'm asking, I'm sitting with an engineer here. So he understands these issues better than me. What is the arrangement? Maintenance, where does it arise? I want to check.
Chair, I think, as I said, that my approach will be, is the petitioner's issues been resolved and they have confirmed to you now that it has been resolved. So the issue that you want to venture into, it's outside the petition. I have no problem in dealing, and I think retention, it's mostly 1 year or 12 months. After 12 months, then they will see what to do, whoever is the property owner. So in this case, I don't even know whether the department still continue with the ownership or they've handed the properties to the tenants or to the owners. So that's a different thing altogether. Maybe for progress sake, let's deal with this issue. The issues were resolved, and if yes, maybe the department can just, on an information basis, share with us what's going to happen with the issue of maintenance.
So on an information, and the reason why I'm asking that, I know it's not in the petition. Ordinarily, we don't deal with issues which are not in the petition. And this is what Member Mabunda is cautioning me about. But I'm venturing it, Member Mabunda, because the issue of Sicelo has been a long-hanging issue. And it has, come up too many times. So we want to finally get clarity about where this thing stands.
about whether there were ever plans to maintain beyond the retention period. So that even the petitioners are clarified, because you know, my anxiety is that tomorrow there might be another petition that says maintenance.
Yes.
You know, so I just want to know, so that as they go back, they are also able to feed back to their respective communities. Yeah, Udra Alame. Yeah, it's just a straight response. Is there any arrangement that you might have ventured into? Are you still retaining ownership of these units? You know, what's the arrangement?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I gave a brief description while you stepped out, but I said there is a section within the department that deals with all these transfers, because currently the land belongs to the municipality, and for the maintenance purposes, the department was supposed to hand over to the municipality to continue. However, that hasn't happened because they are still trying to find a way on how it can be done. If they can rather be maintained by the department or handed over to the municipality to continue with the maintenance. But those engagements are still continuing. Thanks, Chair.
So essentially there's an interregnum. You know, in interregnum, a period between 2 points where there's uncertainty. So are we saying there's an uncertainty pending the transfers? Either way, whether to the municipality or otherwise. Who then maintains these units? Or is it the responsibility of the occupants? Yeah, so I'm asking these simple questions because we want them to understand in the most simplest of ways. What is the arrangement? Member Schneemann, you want to come in? Sure.
No, thanks, Chair. I mean, I think you've asked some of the important questions. But for me, also again, for information's sake, I would imagine this is not the first time that the department has built flats in this manner. I would imagine it's not the first time. And I would imagine that the department there's a process. So it sounds to me, again for information's sake, it sounds to me like the department's built these flats but never thought through properly. Who's going to be responsible for the maintenance in the medium to long term? In the short term, they say it's themselves, but they haven't determined. And they did say just now as well that they are still in the process of trying to see how they would have a body corporate type arrangement. That's why I just ask, it's more for information's sake. I am. Yeah. I'm saying, so if it's not, is it the first time that you've built flats on this basis, or how's it worked in the past? Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you, Member Schneemann, you know. What is the framework? This is what you are punting at. Ordinarily, what is the framework? What happens so that we don't create impressions which are not going to be sustained. And that's why we're asking all of these questions. Member Mabunda?
Just to add on what Member Schneemann is saying, if I understood correctly, and I think the department must assist us, you said it's going to be a hostel similar type of arrangement, meaning the responsibility still lies with either the municipality or the department. You are also saying that at the moment, there is no agreement between the department that is handing over whether it will be the municipality or the department. And if that's the case, I will suggest, Chair, that we give them 7 days to go and establish who's going to be the custodian of maintenance in those flats, and then come back to us with a proper report. Because from how I see it, they don't know who's going to do it, and we are not going to lie to the residents that the department will do it or the municipality will do it, because if we so say, especially if we say the municipality will do it and the municipality will require a budget and we can't provide a budget, it's going to serve no purpose. I think what needs to happen is sufficient time. I think 14 days, department and the municipality go and work out what needs to happen and come back to the petitions committee. Then we will convey the message to the petitioner in terms of what's going to happen moving forward. Thanks.
Yeah, maybe let's leave it at that. Let's give you a bit of time, 7 days, to resolve. Or were there any plans, Sipho, were there any plans around ultimately where this thing would go? Who would take responsibility?
Thank you, Chair. There were plans at some point that the buildings need to be transferred to the municipality. However, Midval being as small as it is and not accredited to provide housing, that is where we hit a stalemate together with the department to say, but then if you give us this, then we need to factor in the budget issue, which may just not be feasible at this point in time. Yes, that is why Farello here said there is a section within their department that is still working on resolving the issue around this. But I should make mention that we do appreciate the fact that you providing us with 7 days to provide you guys with feedback. We will go back to the drawing board and try and come out with a solution to the problem. Thank you.
Yeah, because it can be, unfortunately, it can be indefinite. And this is what I will have said, it's an interact now because there's uncertainty. So what happens when there are these issues that are persisting? You know, we need to be able to solidly say, this is the plan. Especially because the retention period has now expired. You know, so like you, so we'll give them 7 days. 7 days would be next week. What day are we in? Tuesday. Give us a report that we can share. It's an updating report, again, on what is the thought plan around issues of maintenance. Again, around issues of maintenance. I think that would be appreciated. Yeah. Are you all covered, members? Right, one, Lana?
Chairperson,
Sure.
before o kwala ke ne ke batla o botsa ha re ne ngola petition ena re ne sa fitla di-fletseng. Now re na le information e ngata ka di-flete tsele, re na le dillo tse ngata ka di-flete tsele. That means re tlamehile re ngole petition ya rona in a more broader way, because nako e re ngola re ne sa fitla re sa tsebe hantle gore what is happening, o etsahalang. Ho na le dintho tse ngata tse leng gore ha re ne ka di tlisa mona tse di batlang gore ba re arabe ka tsone concerning the flats, but now we cannot because it's not in petition. So we are asking that can we make another petition because we are not satisfied.
You know what I want to suggest, because at least there's a platform, Sipho. There are emergent issues. Well, unfortunately, we're not in a position to deal with them now, because we also would not want to ambush you. What I suggest is that we keep an open line. There's a committee,
Yes.
there's a committee there, so that they can ventilate all of those issues. So that possibly in the report that you will give us, there's also an attempt to respond to those issues. Can we do it that way? Because you see, I don't want us to reinvent the wheel. Another petition, another hearing, and remember, we don't usually come to VAL every month. So the best approach would be that you keep an open line, allow for the petitioners to raise additional issues with yourselves, and then you can distill them. You can even come up with a different process.
so that we don't pressure you way too much, because we can't preempt what those issues are. But at least on the one of maintenance, because it's raised in this meeting, you give us that report within the 7 days. And the other ones you can agree collectively on the turnaround times to either resolve them or give them an indication of the plans to resolve them. Yeah, is it workable that way?
Thanks, Chair. It is workable because there have been ongoing meetings with the leadership of all blocks in Sicelo. So I think we'll continue doing that, but we'll align ourselves with your position to say within 7 days we must respond to what is supposed to be responded to as of today. So
The maintenance part is what we're expecting in 7 days.
In 7 days.
The other ones are going to come. I don't want to say 7 days.
Yes.
You can then collectively in your discussions or interactions agree on a process. Again.
Yes.
So it's a process that collectively you are going to agree on. Because remember our limitations as the legislature. We can't impose ourselves on the plans of the department. We can't. You see? So if you can just keep an open line, go around, let's change the number. But I'm happy because they say already you have been meeting.
I don't know the gentleman sitting on the side, so I don't know.
Yeah, and that he's from the office of the MEC.
Okay, if I rakopana, na ke tsebe maybe ke ne ke robetsa ke tsebe.
Yeah, I get a human settlement, it's one entity.
But it's been long.
So it might be somebody else that you know, but they report to the MEC. So he's in the office of the MEC. I get. So whoever those people were, if they can extend that open line, but just monitor it for us, so that when we want reports, at least you will also be able to give us an indication of how far those issues are. Unfortunately, we are not able to venture those issues now. Again, so for now, we are going to close it on our side, because at least those issues that were raised in the petitions were addressed. What we are now dealing with are additional issues. I get like this. Yeah, so we'll do it that way. Are we agreeable, members? So thank you very much. So I don't know, just guide them on the contacts of those people so that they know who they are dealing with. Ne? And then we'll take it from there. But we want our report next week, Tuesday, on the maintenance issue. That one we want. So let's, so thank you very much. You may step off. Oh, lo ena o feditse le feditse re batla ba ba di tharo to ya no. Emfuleni ke mang wa go Emfuleni? Tar roads, storm water. Who's representing Emfuleni? Kwena. Oh, wonderful. The hot seat. Oh, and now you are the petition. Kwena ntate Mabini. Wena ntate Mabini. Re batla ntate Mabini. Oh, ntate Mabini ha teng. Oh, Mukhanselara, it's okay. And then who's from Imfuleni? Who? Oh, the two ladies. Yeah, but are you from Imfuleni? Yeah, you are not part of it. Okay, you can still remain there. No, it's okay. We'll tell you why I was saying remain there. Because we are going to take. Yeah, we are left with 3. There's a proclamation of land, Everton West. Waudla Mama. proclamation of land Everton West. You are going to respond to that. And then what about lack of service delivery in Sibuke? Will it also be you? Who is that person? Eh? Oh, my baby, I went to subpoena them. Mama, when I next door, how dealing with the third roads? Oh, okay. So let's take that one. Yanda de oh, I can cancel a moimus. Nomsa. Mo cancel ara wena not let's say thing. Ya ditsela. Ai, emanyana ka re batho ba teng ga ba teng. Oh, emon. Kwena man. Yeah, but who are you?
I'm Thomas Matagu representing.
Who?
Thomas Matagu.
What is your designation?
I'm the depot manager.
The what?
The depot manager at Subuken Depot.
Depot manager for what?
Roads and stormwater. Anything related to road.
Oh. And who do you account to?
Account to manager, Tabiso Masikela.
Where is that person?
He's not around.
Call him. Tell him we want him here now. You must not waste our time. Tell him Ezra Lezwalo wants him here now. You must come here running. And if he thinks he's a strong man, he must tell you to tell me. He must think that he's special. Put him on speakerphone. Speaker Mo speaker ready. Mo speaker ready. Light that speaker. Etla. Hey, Chief. Etla, come with him here. Ore ke mang motho go? Me mo speaker. Ndate Masilela. Ndate Masilela. O timile phone. Ora no sa mo phone, o fe airtime o fedi. Mo phone la. We are not clowning when we are here. We are not here for games. O timile phone. All right, give me his number. 082 340 73. What is this person?
You have reached the mailbox of 082340.
Yeah, you know, he is going to have to come to the legislature. He's going to have to come to the legislature tomorrow. Otherwise, we are going to subpoena the mayor, the municipal manager of Infule. And you will see, kana Infule ne kemang ke Khatebe, Mayor, ke Sipho. Yeah. You will see, koro tlo bona gore committee ya rona ena le matla. We are going to subpoena the mayor if this man doesn't come to the legislature. So you must tell him. But take a seat. We want the responses. No. We want you to at least give us some response. But we also want this man to come to the legislature because he's undermining us. Phone straight. Why gare wa tshamekiwa mo infuleni mo gare wa itse ke o gare ke mo letlwa dikatse fela di a itsenela mo le magotlo. All right. So let's read through the summaries quickly. I want us to call everybody. Ne? Councillor Nomsoge. Oh, ya bila go bone o iphitlhile lo. E no tsena lo ena mole. A re tse le menora a tsene because ke batla ba re arabele ere go wa ke. We emetse mang Nora? Ya Nesha. Tsena and then we're going to read all of them and then we'll take them. Ne? Kana wena o re lo wena my brother? Thomas, do you have a response to this issue of tarot? Apa ke nya ke re senyetsana na go na le dikarabo?
So where I am, I'm not sure just because I'm based.
Apola kuane.
Come again?
I get when you speak to members of parliament, tshwanetse o apole kuane. Take off your head. Okay. So, I want dikarabo, you know nothing.
This side of Sibukweni, I've got some response, but Fernachen and Fanabel, I don't have.
Bolella mo maikeng. Aru.
Yes, I'm saying this side of Sibukweni, I do have a response, but Fanabel and Fernachen, I don't have.
Sebokeng lona ona dikarabo. Side ta Sebokeng ona le dikarabo.
Yes, just because I'm the one who report everything to the
Yeah,
manager.
area di tarotsi ya Sebokeng, extension 6, 3 and 2. Ona le dikarabo tsa yona.
Yes.
All right, sharp. Let's take the summary.
Thank you, Chair. The first petition is titled Proclamation of Land, Everton West, registration PP23A 0621LO. And the petitioner is Councillor Nomsamwe, an elder female reside at extension 4 Everton West. She alleges that the area Everton West has not been proclaimed even though it has been in existence for over 23 years. She further alleges that it does not appear on the township register, nor does it have street names. Furthermore, she alleges that she reported the matter to the municipality on countless occasions, but nothing has changed. The petition was adopted and referred to Mfuleni municipality on the 26th of June 2021. We are yet to receive a report in that respect. The other petition is titled Request for Tarred Streets and Stormwater Drainage, Sebokeng Extension 6, 3 and 2. Registration PP02B0714LO. The petitioner is Mr. David Mabini on behalf of the community of Sebokeng, who requests that the municipality should install stormwater drainage to relieve flooding to their houses during rainy days, and that the constructed tar roads and to construct tar roads since their streets are worn out. This petition was adopted and referred to Mfuleni on the 23rd of July 2014. We are ready to receive a response to that effect. The last one that Mfuleni must respond to is lack of service delivery Sebokeng, PP17B0816LO. The petitioner is Mrs. Nora Morena, an elderly female who said that Zone 12 Sebokeng, submitting this petition on behalf of the community of Ward 36 in Sebokeng. The petitioner alleges that the community, in their community, there is no service delivery such as electricity, water, and sanitation. She also alleges that they reported the matter to the Mfuleni local municipality and they were unable to assist them. This petition was adopted and referred to Mfuleni on the 14th September 2016. Thank you.
Okay, so those are all the petitions. Let's start with the first one. How Manom Sana? How? Why confirm?
Can I confirm, Honorable Ezra?
Okay, thank you very much. Arako, can I command that why mention that the Mabini?
Councillor Nhlap.
Councillor?
Councillor Nhlap.
Yeah. Why confirm?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And then let's go to the last one, Ele Me Nora. Kana we mezi Me Nora ya. Why confirm?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor Kodisa, I confirm.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. How can we get the petition in the raise against the councillor who is what I was saying? I get what I was saying. So let's get the municipality to respond. Let's take the first one, proclamation of land. Who is responding?
Good afternoon. I'm Felicity Human.
Come again?
I'm Felicity Human.
Maybe let's give you this mic.
Yeah,
Do
probably.
we have another roving mic? You are going to use that one.
Yeah,
I
my
think.
voice is not that loud.
It's okay.
It's fine. Let him walk a bit. Let him walk a bit. Jump a bit. Good afternoon. I'm Felicity Human, the Acting Executive Director at Mfuleni Local Municipality, responsible for economic development planning and human settlements. We're responding to petition number PP23A/06021LO. The proclamation of land in Everton West. Our response is that this SG diagram for the township was approved in 1997. The applicant, in this case at the time to do the township, was Gauteng Provincial Government. And it is their sole responsibility as Gauteng Provincial Government actually as the applicant, to ensure that proclamation and opening of township registers are done when they build these RDP houses. But in the case of Everton West...
Do we have a formal report so that we don't just speak to something that we are not seeing?
There is a report that we submitted.
Yeah, can we flag the report? Yeah, please flag that report.
Okay.
Thanks.
And the province has appointed the service provider to proclaim all the outstanding townships, and we're still awaiting a report from COCTA on this matter. Our second page is just a layout on the authorized Surveyor General's plan of Everton West Extension 4, and how the layout is currently, and this is the current situation on these matters. Thank you.
Yeah, hey, but this is too long. Hey, me Felicity. This is too long. 1997. So what are we saying? I just want to get a sense. So we're saying, so there's a petition that says Everton West, for the longest of time, has not been proclaimed. And then in the response, we say the applicant is the province. Isn't it? But obviously, between the municipality and the province, there are expected interactions. Such that you would then be taken into confidence. And it's unfortunate Sipo has just left. You know, such that the municipality, where it encounters any challenges insofar as expediting the finalization of the process, it can also raise its own issues. but not simply pass the buck and say, you know what, it's the province. Because in reality, our people are not located in the province. They are located in municipalities, at local government. So I would have been happy if there was a demonstration of steps taken by the municipality in pressurizing the province to fast track this process. But as you will have it, the report is mute, it's silent on any initiative that it would have taken on its part. And we understand that there's obviously delineation of competencies or functions, but there's always a point of convergence. So as there's housing at the level of the province, there's also housing at the level of, a municipality. So as there's human settlement, so be the case. So that function is also carried at a local sphere of government, So it does not in any way insulate the municipality from following through in what could possibly be something which the province might entirely be responsible for. Otherwise, the impression that is created is that, the municipality deems this matter as a non-issue on their part. And I'm also mindful that there are platforms where ordinarily local government representatives carrying specific functions will meet with their provincial counterparts carrying the similar responsibilities, and so would be the case with national. So if you will, through intergovernmental relations framework, surely these conversations ought to have ensued so that you don't have a situation where you have got a municipality that says, you know what, this is not our problem. It's the province. Then the province says, but the municipality has not done their own processes to coerce us. Because just now, even before Sipho left, he says to me, there's always been a way in which municipalities hide behind COGTA. And you know what, as you will have it, you no longer have a human settlement in COGTA. They are separate entities. So what is the real story about this issue? Because surely you can't have a stubborn issue such as this one around just the proclamation of a piece of land. I refuse to accept the report. I think the report misses an opportunity to navigate us through where this thing originates from, what steps have you taken as the municipality, and where we are. It misses that point. And if I remember Mehuman, and you will say I'm unfair to you, I remember the last time you appeared before the committee, I lamented this thing of a reports which are just in a paragraph. Do you remember? No. You don't remember interacting with me?
No.
You have got a short memory. You have got a short memory. You don't ever remember appearing before the petitions committee?
I remember appearing in front of the petitions
in
committee.
the legislature, we told you
but not
that MEF facility. No, it was not on this issue.
Yeah.
But it was the same thing where a paragraph report was presented before the committee. And in that meeting, I stressed out, MEF facility, we do not accept paragraph reports. On very serious issues, such as this one, we cannot accept paragraph reports. It's actually a dereliction of duty because you are not giving us all the facts around what will have happened. All that we know is that it's the province. Surely that can be a response. What steps have you taken? Maybe let me ask you that question. Navigate us through what initiatives, what steps you have taken, what did they amount to, what were the responses, where are the bottlenecks? That is what we want to hear.
Okay, can I take you through the steps? First of all, 3 years back, we approached Human Settlements to give us a budget. And at the time, they had given us a budget of 32 million for all townships that were not proclaimed. We then drew up a list which consisted of 18 RTP townships that were not proclaimed. No township registers were open. So this process, in conjunction with Citibank, we then went and we then applied for the funds, and they then employed a Dardi to assist us to get this process going. Dardi is the, it's the deregularization of title deeds to beneficiaries. It's practically a deregistration process that they have. It's a company which they employed of lawyers and surveyors that actually go according to, that assist municipalities in getting this process unlocked within the municipality. So Dardi then came forward and they then employ lawyers to assist us with this. So what needed to happen was, we started with a few townships which we can actually attest to. We started with the Bopilong area because that has got about 17 extensions. So we started with that process. We went to Sharpeville, which we are currently also busy with. The process takes very long because there's also be a change of hands within Dardi because contracts were only for 2 years and not longer. So Dardi's process also took long, but the process is unfolding slowly. We've currently just done extension 24, where we also got title deeds to be issued. And the process is unfolding, but very, very slowly. We've also got Everton North that has been done. So there's a lot of townships within these that have not been done yet. So that 32 million, we were requested about a few weeks to give a report on what is left. And most of the money has already siphoned out, and these townships have been identified. So these townships were all on the radar for Dardi to have them proclaimed and township registered open. Thank you.
Yeah, but you see, this matter goes beyond the 3 years. You see, and the account that you have just given us goes back into 2019, if you will, because we're in 2022, so essentially it's 2019. But what has been happening prior? You know, we're also quite keen in understanding that, I mean, the trajectory of what has been happening, because somebody needs to account for what has been happening. Because the petition says since 1997, well, maybe for the first 8 years we can understand, because there was a building of systems, reconfiguration of departments, the municipality might not have been there and so on. But 10 years thereafter, what has been happening? You know, is there a framework when it comes to this issue? Surely there must be a framework. Has this framework been followed? Why is Everton West an exception? You know, these are all the points that we thought would be ventilated in the report. Because when you give us a paragraph report, you are not giving us a much to go on. You see, we thought you would start by saying, this is the policy perspective. This is the legislative perspective of how this thing gets to be done. And this is steps that were followed. This is where we are. Because when we speak about, remember, we can't even speak about title deeds when we have not even concluded the process of a proclamation. So the issue around the issuance of title deed becomes the end, you know, objective, which needs to be preceded by other processes. And those processes are not mentioned in the report. So we've got no way of knowing what exactly has been happening. And no record, no account of the steps that the municipality has undertaken towards that end. So essentially, it would appear as if there's no report. Because if we say to the petition, go and give the community back a report, what are you going to say, Councillor Noms?
That's why we've made a petition
Yeah.
to the
She
legislature.
will not be able to say anything. Absolutely nothing. It is as good as us passing the bag, or hey, you know what? It's the province. We can't do that. So, me Felicity, we are going to ask for a detailed report, detailed to the T. Detailed report. We'll also give you 7 days. You see, I want to acknowledge it may not necessarily be your problem, but in you obscuring it, it becomes yours. So you need to lay bare all the facts about this issue in the report, so that if we detect that indeed it is the province, then we can take it up with the province. But we are unable to do that with the kind of report that you have given us. So you are making it your own problem. You are housing the problem because you are not ventilating the shortfalls of the process, which might actually implicate the province. Do you follow? Yeah. Owner a problem, even we have how. Because you don't want to speak about it in your own report. Thus making it your own issue. So, in circumspect, now we are then going to be forced to hold you accountable for something which may actually be beyond you. You understand? So, we'll give you 7 days. Let's get a detailed report. And 7 days is 7 days. I respect you. You are a mother, so I don't want to subpoena you. Others, you see, others have subpoenaed. We just want our report in 7 days. Is that okay? Yeah. If you don't give me that report in 7 days, Mama Felicity, you don't know how much influence I have in all 3 municipalities of the Val. All the mayors, without exception, they account to me. I'm senior in every respect to all of them. So I don't want to call them to my house to come and have to explain this issue, because it might land you in hot water. Why would that, Thomas? Yeah. We don't want those problems. So let's get that report. I mean, it's a council. Imagine when a councillor raises a complaint, a council.
Honorable Ezra,
You must know there's a problem. Eh?
can I just correct something? I'm no longer a councillor there, but a community.
Yeah, I want to
member
be former
there.
councillor. Who's noms?
I'm a community there.
Who's noms? I want to be former councillor. You are a councillor like a judge forever. It's just that you don't have a constituency that you are leading. But you are a councillor in our eyes, so it's okay. Eh? Yeah. No, she's still a councillor. She does not have a constituency, but she's a councillor. She's not elected by any constituency. It's okay. Okay, let's go to the second issue. It was not you, Mama Felicity. The other issue about lack of service, it's not falling within your purview. So maybe let's leave that one for a while. Can I get Mangela lack of service?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, that one is Menora. And unfortunately, Chair, Menora, we just laid her to rest this year, early this year.
Yeah.
So
we must apologize to Menora. Who is responsible for this area? Can you advise me? Because Menora raises a number of issues: water, electricity, sanitation. Who's responsible for that? Yeah, I'm saying in the municipality, who is the responsible person?
It's basic services.
Yeah, who's leading it?
Idi Refilwe Mukhosi.
Oh, Refi. Kena wa idia wage.
Yeah.
Okay. Refilo waranda mayena, right? We must make an example of him. Did you send that message? Mbula enwe? Mbula enwe? Please call Mbulayen. Because I had requested Mbulayen to send her a text message to come here now. Okay. Maybe whilst we are waiting for Mbulayen, let's go on the issue of the tar roads. Give us the report there in Sebokeng, extension 6, extension 3, and extension 2. What is happening there?
Thank you, Chair.
Hey, get the third roads, okay?
Yeah, under Third Road, yes.
Ndate Mbulayen, did we send the message? Is there a response? Is there a response?
No, she did not respond, Chair. She also read it.
Oh, she has read our thing. Hey, yeah, actually, it's okay. Let's take that one of yeah, call her. I say no. Is it her?
Hello? Yes, how are you? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just hold on for the chair. Just hold on.
Merreville. Rona le kae? Ke nna Ezra Letswalo, wa nkitse? Wa ntshwenya ma. Setšhaba ke ise se tletse ka maraholo. Re tlile ka di-petition, batho ba province ba tlile, ba lefapha la health ne ba tlile ba re file dikarabo, ba treasury ba tlile. All these authorities are here except you. And we don't understand why you are not here. When we have sent you an invite, but you are not here. Now, batho ba modimo ba re kwaletse petition, a re kgone ho fana le ka karabo or why Merreville are staying as the ED. The whole of the legislature is here. Members are here. We're now there. So we're very worried.
Chairperson, the ED infrastructure, April.
Good.
It's supposed to be there. Here the ED infrastructure, April. I was under impression that he's there.
No, there's nobody here. Renale Thomas fela wa go roads lena ke sono go rana le dikarabo. So we don't know, and you see, you surely you don't want the legislature to fight with you. You see, because we are given powers to subpoena you. We can even subpoena the mayor. In fact, I was just about to call SIPO. Or why is it that we are struggling to get his officials to be in our meeting when we have invited them? You see, so we don't want to do that because it can be mess. So Leko guy Merreville, where are you now?
I'm driving back to Val, Chairperson, from over company getting the MEC meeting.
Yeah, so we want, there's a petition here. In fact, there are two petitions. One of them is about tar roads in extension 6, extension 3, and extension 2. We want you to prepare for us a report, formal report. And that report we want it by Friday. I get Tuesday. We want that report by Friday. Then the other one, lack of service delivery, water, electricity, sanitation. We also want the report on these two petitions. Because we've been here since 9 a.m. We've received all the reports from all departments, whether they are provincial departments or whether it's the municipality. Even the municipality of Midvaal was here. They gave us reports on petitions that were given. Mara wena ya hao ha e teng. Wa nkutlwa? So, e thuse ngwana mma o re fe di reporto tsa rona re batlo lwana le wena akere?
Okay, Chairperson.
Yeah. So by Friday we want our reports. Akere ya utlwala?
Yeah, Chairperson.
All right. Thanks. So Ndate Thomas, make an attempt on the issue of the roads. We want a petition at it. Eh? Yeah, re tlhalosetse gore wena what is your understanding?
We as Roads and Stormwater Department,
Can you flag it? I want him to see it. Flag the petition.
we are not dealing with construction. What we are doing with dealing with maintenance. The petition requests us to do the road construction.
No man, on roads. Flag the one on roads, not service delivered. Yes, that one.
Yes. As a department, we are dealing with the maintenance. There is another department here in Mfuleni which is dealing with the project. But where we are, this belongs to PMU department. This petition belongs to PMU.
So it's not you.
This one, not us. It's a construction, it's not a maintenance.
They only deal with, so I think they've got like an infrastructure department.
So it's infrastructure.
Exactly, yes, Chair.
And why didn't you tell us earlier before we?
No, I thought maybe the petition refers to as maybe regraveling or pothole patching.
Yeah, Marudra. This also has to do with maintenance because it says tar roads since the streets are worn out, meaning that there are existing roads. My brother, there are existing roads which are now wearing out. Hona le tar, Mkhanselara. Ke gravel or ke tar?
Ke gravel, e ba llang ka ona ke gravel and ha hona a drainage system mo metsi a kena matlong a batho.
Is it a formalized settlement or informal?
Yes. It is a formalized.
Oh. I go is I want to see because you see extension 3, 6 and 2. Or zone 6 extension 3 and 2. Get gravel fell. Get tar road. Get what man? Get what the highway?
Yes, yes.
This is your ward.
Yes.
So is it gravel all over, or there are certain parts which were tarred, but the roads are now wearing off?
Chairperson, ke na le problem hanyane mo. O ba di extension 3 D2. Extension 2 ke gravel. Extension 3 e nngwe. Extension 3 ya bona ba ile ba attenda because in a di flats tse ngata o feta tse ithutse.
Yeah, you know the problem is that when you don't have the petitioners, it's a problem. When you don't have the actual petition. That is why ordinarily we want petitioners to be here, because now we're not even sure what he was referring to. Whether it's the other, extension 3 or another one, So it would have assisted if that petitioner was there. So now, Ndate Thomas, what do you know about this area?
Regarding the pothole patching, I'm aware of, for the past 3 weeks, we are busy doing the rehabilitation around the area. If maybe the councillor maybe can agree with me, if maybe you can check Achota, we have done rehab there by the bridge. If maybe you can check that road from Zone 7 clinic to Jota is
Mara
rehabilitated.
ke extension mang eo, e bolelang ka yona?
It's extension 3, if I'm not mistaken. But maybe what council, just because he is aware of everything, maybe can correct me
Okay.
regarding that.
And then extension 2 yona?
Extension to Moses, the gravel road, what we are doing maintaining the gravel road. But if maybe they want third road and stormwater, these are PMU issue.
Naramana, o fetsa hore le maintain a gravel road.
No, you said, they said they want the tar and stormwater pipe. So what we are doing in the present moment, we are doing the re-graveling to maintain
Yeah,
re-graveling.
square like maintain a rare gravel. Because when you maintain it, it's when you have built something, you are maintaining it.
Even Chair,
You can't maintain something which is natural.
no, we don't operate like that. What we can maintain a gravel road. Gravel road, we put the selected material and use the grader, which means if maybe along the way some.
Like level, or in the flat.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
To control water.
let's go use some maintenance. Let's go
Yeah,
in order
that's
for
a-
our graveling, we leveling, graveling. It maybe while just upkeeping it in its natural state for convenience sake. But it's okay. You know what I want us to do? Councillor. Ntate Thomas o re bontshitse point e nngwe mo le hore bona they are responsible for maintenance. Then there's another, we bitsang ke PMU okay? Refuel place oversight over PMU. Ke idea PMU.
idea basic service, not your PME, basic service.
Oh, okay. So maybe we might have to get the relevant person as well. Lwana we ditse bo shahidi di chahiditse a ke reng ke o re thipile hore ya se nna. But it's okay. Maybe we'll identify the relevant people so that we get the actual report, both on the issue around the tarring of the roads in extension 3 and 2, as well as the issue that was raised through Ntwele Osnor, lack of services. Because unfortunately, when she's not here, we don't have much to go on. So it would have assisted if she was there. But basic services again. Yeah? Basic services review. Yeah, so she will give us a report, a comprehensive report on that, because I don't know who there's no report. It's not going to assist us. Yeah, but you know, I'm worried about Mfuleni, to be quite frank. And the behavior that was seen. No reports, non-appearance. If there's a report, it's a paragraph. It's a bad optics. And I think when you are in council, you need to impress upon, you know, your colleagues. Or this can be how a municipality is ran. You've just seen it for yourselves. A 3-line report. Where have you seen that? A person spends the whole day here only to present a 3-line report over a matter which has been plaguing the municipality for over 20 years. And they just say, no, it's the province. What kind of officials do we have in Mfuleni? So it's no accident that Mfuleni was under administration. So it means there were all reasons for Mfuleni to continue to be under administration. And you know what we picked up not so long ago? Some of the officials were saying, no, we want to be taken out of the administration. For what? When you can present a report, I mean, surely we need to take our people serious. I'm not blaming you, Ndate Thomas. At least you made an appearance. You know? But I'm saying I'm really worried about the state of this municipality. And we'll also be generating our own report based on the observations that we have made. That councillors who are supposed to come and account on their work, I mean rather officials, they can't account. They are either a no-show. So there's all manner of excuses in the world that they are able to give, other than to appear where they are supposed to be appearing. But how come during the weekend, in different entertainment establishments? What kind of people are we dealing with here? So I'm really worried. I'm really, really concerned and worried. And I think we really need to register this message. That it would appear as if we no longer have a municipality at all in Mfuleni. Can we say we're running a municipality in the manner in which it's been run? Surely we can't do that. But let me thank you, Councillor, and my brother over there for stepping in on behalf of the petitioners. We'll follow up on those two matters. You know, earlier on, and it has been happening for some time, that I discussed with the chairperson of the petitions committee here. And I usually ask them, why are we not moving with regards petitions that are sent to you? I now understand why that is happening. Because seemingly we have got officials who are just a law unto themselves. They even undermine the standing of the legislature or councillors which are supposed to hold them accountable. Now we know. So thank you very much to the residents of Val, those of you who are not here for lunch. I mean, truly, it's you who are not here for lunch. You stayed the course, so we really want to appreciate. Let me also thank the members, the staff, the technical teams, our translators, service providers. We truly appreciate. And once more, we really want to apologize for the bangle in the morning. Truly, truly apologize for all of that. Yeah, so maybe let's leave it here and we adjourn our session. We really want to thank you. Do enjoy the rest of your afternoon and take care as you drive back home. Thank you.